Toowoomba Regional Council for the month of August. Welcome to all of you who have joined us in the room here and in the overflow, and for those that are watching online, do appreciate everyone's attendance today. We have a number of things to work through today, which we will do, but firstly, can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, as well as the Bigambul peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Just before I go to item number 2, just checking online that Councillors Trevor and Councillor Melissa can hear okay.
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you. And Trev, you're still on there somewhere?
He's dropped off.
He's dropped off. We'll get him back on as well as soon as we possibly can, which will be finally joining us online, which is terrific. Look, today also marks the 60th anniversary of Vietnam Veterans Day, the Battle of Long Tan, and honours all who've served during the Vietnam War. In fact, there were some 60,000 Australians who served in Vietnam during the conflict, with over 500 losing their lives. So for all of you in the room and those who are watching, if you choose to do so, I'd like us, if we could, as a sign and mark of respect for Vietnam Veterans Day, for all council staff and gallery members to please stand to observe a minute's silence for the service and sacrifice of those who served in Vietnam. Thank you very much. Be seated. There is a service, of course, this Sunday, actually a morning service at St James, followed by the mid-morning service at the Mothers Memorial site with the Vietnam Veteran Memorial. And in doing so, councillors, particularly, I know that many of you and many of our community would know Lindsay Morrison. And I wanted to send our particular thanks to Lindsay and thoughts and well wishes as he is in poor health at the moment. To Lindsay, we do respect and acknowledge all the work that Lindsay has done for many, many years, actually, with the Toowoomba RSL as president and executive for a long time, as well as the resource officer as well. Lindsay actually served in Vietnam in 66 and 67 in the Medical Corps and was a 20-year veteran of the Army from 1963 to 1983. So, Lindsay, you may or may not be watching, but if you're not, I'm sure someone will be able to show you this at some point, which hopefully will give you some strength. So thank you very much indeed for that. Councillors, the second of which, and you'll note we've got quite the array of support team here this morning, and it is for a particular reason. It's actually a great sign of respect for one of our GMs who will be leaving us and actually heading to take up post very soon as the CEO of the Lockyer Valley Regional Council in Nick Hauser. Nick is our General Manager Environment Community and has spent almost 18 years with Toowoomba Regional Council. And I thought, on reflection, it would be an opportune time just to look back, Nick, just very quickly on some of the things I know that councillors have worked closely with you on, all manner of things, being mostly an outward-facing part of council. And of course, We don't have to think back too far for the efforts of your team and across council, particularly led by you in regard to COVID, which is many of our outward-facing services are under your leadership, Nick. So I wanted to mention that, but also some of the very important capital projects that have been delivered over those 18 years. And there's quite a list, so I'll keep it to 54, if that's okay. I'll keep it to the following: the Toowoomba City Library and Civic Square, the Highfields Library and Community Precinct, the Highfields Sport and Recreation Park, Queen's Park Revitalisation Program, heritage buildings such as the Empire Theatre refurbishment, the Soldiers Memorial Hall, City Hall Theatre and Annex refurbishment, the Principal Depot, the Mulmerran Aquatic Centre. All very important pieces of capital infrastructure that have been delivered under your leadership, Nick. But I do also think that your part is one of the most social parts of council. And a couple of examples of that, of course, are the award-winning Change Project, which has been, is very welcomed across our region. Many tens of thousands of people participate in that on an annual basis, and under your leadership that started. But also strategies such as the intercultural strategy, the youth strategies, and the Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, which is being worked on at the moment. Arguably, one of the areas that you will take with you as being a great achievement is your role that you've played in securing the equestrian for the Brisbane 32 Olympics and Paralympics, which often would go unnoticed and unseen. But I wanted to acknowledge you, Nick, for the role that you'd played all those, well, it was actually years ago when we first met with the Toowoomba Show Society in regard to that, the works and the bid, and it's something that I know you may well write a book one day about, because it was an important role. So Nick, on behalf of all of us, and I guess, and I said from the start, a great sign of respect is the fact that all of your managers are here to be present for your last meeting at Toowoomba Regional Council. I know you've got a couple of presentations to do, and therefore we look forward to those, but you should go with your head held high with some great achievements. And to you and Katie and the children, we wish you all the very best in your new role as CEO of Lockyer Valley Regional Council. Can you please give Nick a round of applause? Yeah, manager, feel free to stay, but I'd suggest you'd go back to work. Anyway, good on you. The CEO is right next to me. All right? Very good. I do appreciate it very much indeed. Trevor, welcome to you as well. I do appreciate your presence. You can hear okay? Good on you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we move to item 2, which is reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, of which there are nil advised. We move then to item number 3, which is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence, and declarations of conflict of interest. Obviously, as we've mentioned, we've got Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa online, and very much appreciate your attendance. And therefore, apologies, we have none advised, noting that we have a leave of absence for Councillor Gary Gardner with no resolution required. We don't have any declarations of material personal interest that I'm aware of. However, if something crops up, we can deal with that at the time. We do have a couple of declarations of real or perceived conflicts of interest from Councillors McMahon, Councillor Vonhoff and Councillor Farquhar for item 8.1, item 4, and another for Councillor Rebecca in regard to 12.3 aerodromes. So we'll deal with 8.1.4 first in my running order. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I request that it be minuted that I declared a real conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 11th of August 2026, and my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tim. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Similarly, same item, I request that it be minuted that I declared a perceived conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 11th of August 2026, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the same matter, I request that it be minuted that I declared a perceived conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 11th of August 2026, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Edwina. Then we move to item 12.3. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks. I, Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, inform the meeting that I have a perceived conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.3. This is due to family owning hangars at the Toowoomba City Aerodrome. As a result of this conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor, is there any other real or perceived conflicts of interest anyone would like to raise? Online, Councillor Trevor or Councillor Melissa? All good?
Yeah,
All good.
none here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If something does crop up through the course of the meeting, please raise that with me at the time. Councillors, is there any requirement for a granting a leave of absence? Councillor Trevor or Councillor Melissa? Good.
None here.
Thank you very much. We'll then move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. The ordinary meeting of council, which was on the 21st of July, and the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 21 July 2026 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
In favour.
Thank you very much. Both Trevor and Melissa are in favour. Okay. Thank you. Item number 5, business arising out of the minutes of the previous meetings. Being nothing there, we'll move to presentation of petitions, of which there's been nil advised at this stage. We then move to item number 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice, the mayoral minute, of which there is none today. We then move, councillors, to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports, and invite the Acting General Manager for Planning and Development, Ben Kleinschmidt, to come forward. There were 2 substantive items, item number 3, which is infrastructure charges, resolution number 8, and item number 4, which is the Rifle Range Road proposed development. Councillors, does anyone wish to pull anything out? Obviously number 4 will be. Number 3, you'd like to pull out number 3, Councillor Shine? Okay, very good. Therefore, we will deal with both of those in the order that they exist. We'll deal with item number 3 first, Councillor Shine, which is infrastructure charges, resolution number 8. Thanks, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. The item number 3 refers to the infrastructure cap that's applied by the state government of 3.7% this year. This contrasts with our increase in rates of 6.9%, justified, of course, because of the largely because of the increase in costs generally. My query is that surely amongst all portfolios, infrastructure material costs have been the most expensive. And I just question is that are we able at this time to estimate the real percentage increase in our infrastructure area? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Hand over to Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. You're correct in that the 3.7% increase is the increase that has been proposed within the amended charges resolution. That amount is set by the state government, as you'd be aware. So Schedule 16, which was attached to that report, are the amounts provided by the state government. The 3.7% increase is the maximum adopted charge, and that comes from the state government as a byproduct of the PPI, which is a 3-year moving index based on the construction costs. So council can't, I guess, exceed that amount. That's the amount that's set by the state. To your question about I guess, any gap or balance between council's actual losses or perceived losses in relation to those charges. We don't have that information at this point in time, but it is a focus of the Planning and Development Group at the moment as part of our broader infrastructure charges and planning reform that we are undertaking, including bringing on of Nova Plan, to really have, I guess, clear and transparent costs around infrastructure charges revenue, and then ultimately how much our trunk infrastructure program costs us to determine if there is a gap there. I'd probably defer to the work by the LGAQ in this space. They undertook a great deal of work in 2024 around cost gaps, I guess, and shifts onto local government associated with infrastructure charges. We don't have the figures to, I suppose, confirm those pieces of information at this point in time, but there is a broader body of work that is undertaken in the industry at the moment.
So you anticipate being able to come up with some estimate, I suppose at the end of the financial year, that'll be apparent what it was for this year, but based on recent years and your own experience in this area, would it be fair to say that you would expect a substantial increase in those costs as opposed to 3.7?
Councillor, it's challenging, I suppose, at this point in time because we simply, while we have the data around charges revenue received, the actual ability for council at this point in time to directly attribute that to our trunk infrastructure and our LGIP program is not something that we have built in, but we are actively working towards that. So yeah, I suppose on notice, it's not really something that we can provide at this point in time. Yep.
So we have a motion before us, councillors. The council adopt the new infrastructure charges resolution as charges resolution number 8, as outlined in attachment 1, to take effect on 18 August 2026. To have someone move. Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Any need to go into debate? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you.
In favour.
In favour, yes and yes. That's unanimous. Thanks very much, Councillor Shine. We then move to item number 4. Now, in regard to item number 4, of course, we have 3 conflicts of interest, and the councillors will leave the room. Councillors McMahon, Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Edwina. The door can stay open, Ed, because we're not in closed session, just the councillors need to be away from the area for the noise, that's all. Thanks, Ed. Councillors, this item, obviously, as per the councillor committee recommendation, laid on the table until this meeting, and that was as a result of submissions by Mr Collins, by Ms Mybush and Mr Finlay, as well as the proponent's summary by Mr Johans, and therefore there's been information put together by council officers, and from the outset I want to acknowledge council officers for the work that you've done in assessing all the information, and Ben, I'll hand over to you shortly to work through what is an addendum that will be included with the report, irrespective of what the outcome may be, which shows the work that has been done as a result of submissions last week, which, and as I say, there's been a lot of work done in that space, and thank Ben, late last night, councils received this information. So in fairness to councillors and to those that have not seen this, Ben, I'd like, if you could, to work through what you are proposing in the addendum to the report, which will be included in the minutes as well. I'll hand over to you, Ben. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. Probably just first highlight, General Manager Ed is our acting General Manager of Corporate Services at this point, so he has not been benched, as may be alluded to. And standing in, obviously, as acting General Manager for the coming month. As a mere engineer, I may defer to more capable planning minds, specifically Manager of Planning Joe to my left as needed, or indeed to our CEO as required. As you've alluded to, Mr Mayor, we'd like to table, or I guess have minuted the addendum to the report which has been circulated to councillors. That addendum consolidates matter raised in last week's Planning and Development Committee meeting, as well as the additional material and questions that have been raised from the submitters and from the applicant over the past week following the meeting. Councillors, are probably open by stating that Officer's recommendation remains to approve the subject development, RAL 2025-5915, subject to conditions. However, some substantive adjustments to the draft conditions have been proposed, as noted in the addendum following the meeting. The first substantive change relates to the existing tree within the road reserve stub off Windermere Terrace. In consultation with the applicant's consulting engineer, so their RPEQ, we believe there may be the potential to retain this existing tree within the road stub by providing a split road around that tree, with the tree to be retained within a central median island, similar to other street environments across the region. The road pavement would have to be obviously locally modified at that location to minimise any intrusion to the root zone of that tree and to mitigate any impacts to the TPZ or SRZ. It's important to note that arborist advice would be required in relation to the impacts on tree health, and a new condition 81A has been proposed in this regard in the addendum to the report on the final page. The second substantive change relates to the concerns raised around Road 2, which is the cul-de-sac road that runs perpendicular to Mackenzie Street, and specifically the connectivity associated with that road, as well as concerns raised with the potential risk of property owners travelling, indeed perhaps towards a fire near Road 1 at the terminal end of that road. Draft Condition 5 has been amended, as noted in the addendum, to require a vehicular connection to either Mackenzie Street or to Road 3, specifically for Road 2. So Road 2 either going to Mackenzie Street or to Road 3 to improve connectivity. That would also provide an alternative egress point in the event of an emergency event. Finally, the other substantive change relates to hooded lighting and some concerns raised around fauna impacts. Condition 98 has been amended, or been proposed to be amended, to require street lighting to comply with AS 4282, which is specifically the Australian standard for the control of obtrusive effects of outdoor lighting, essentially meaning that consideration of hooded lighting to restrict light spill impacts, specifically on Road 1, will be required. I know councillors may have a number of questions relating to bushfire impacts or other elements as detailed within the report, which we'd be more than happy to expand on, either as outlined in the memorandum or to officer questions. So, Chair, I'll circle back to you for questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. I do appreciate that very much indeed. So, councillors, I'll go to questions now from councillors in regard to anything that you've heard this morning, or perhaps clarification on some other things if required. Question, Councillor Bill.
I'm one of those that haven't. Is there an amended plan for that addresses the addendum items? I haven't. Did it come on resolve or come in email? I haven't had opportunity.
That's okay, Councillor. Thank you for the question. There has not been an amended plan. So the addendum to the report was circulated last night via email, and that's essentially a written commentary, if you like, to the questions that were raised. I believe our Manager of Planning, Joe, is going to circulate this as a paper copy as well. That will be tabled and minuted. The point, I guess, around an amended plan is that's not something we've received from the applicant. These are condition amendments that are proposed, and Condition 5 talks to an amended plan being required by council, essentially to address each of those items which we've raised. So you'll see in Condition 5 there are bold amendments on the second last page, I think it is, of that addendum that talk to both the retention of the tree as well as an amended road design to accommodate those connections.
Should be the last, I think it's the last couple of pages, Councillor Bill. It's on the screen. Oh, it's on the screen as well. Okay.
Chair, can we actually get the... I hate jumping between screens. I'm technologically challenged. But 47 is where amend the subdivision lot boundaries for drainage easement to be located. Can we get a, in the report, today's report, you've got to rifle through the whole lot of the pages. The attachments haven't been attached as separate attachments to find. So where would that, or the proposal from this addendum, where would the road come out on number 2 there, onto Mackenzie? I definitely don't see the logic in, and given the choice to go to road number 1, because that just means more traffic out Windermere Terrace, which is challenging, to say the least.
Thanks, Councillor. We're just trying to source a pointer or an arrow, if we can. All right, so we're going to try with the mouse. So if everyone can see that on the screen. So obviously this is Road 2, which is currently a cul-de-sac road based on the applicant's submission. What the condition is seeking to do is either provide a connection directly out to Mackenzie Street, so to the east, or to provide a connection across to Road 3. So it's an either-or condition, and I suppose at this point it has been left flexible from the sense that we haven't had this investigated by the applicant. And I guess from a purely a servicing point of view or a feasibility point of view, we're unsure at this stage as to whether both of those options are indeed actually practicable from an engineering point of view.
Thanks, Chair.
Question, follow up?
Through you to Acting GM Ben. Yeah, I would have thought there would be an option, because the argument last week was, oh, it's too close to existing connections, but if you go opposite Windermere Terrace, they're really close. So this is a long straight, and when you actually walk down there and have a look at it, I would assume there are a number of opportunities that have a lesser impact from an engineering design point of view. So as long as we're getting people onto Mackenzie Street, rather than, as I said, heading them towards the radiant heat line there, which is over the southern side of the road. I don't know what your thoughts are there. If we're prescriptive about where they bring the road out, they might come push back and say, well, you know, that's. I don't know. Has anyone from council been down and looked at the site to make some assessment? And I'm not the engineer, about where it would be most practicable to, other than down the bottom, but to give another choice for allowing people to head south away from fire danger.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I suppose the condition that's proposed, if I can look at the wording there, specifically talks to at a point along internal road 02. So perceivably a connection could be provided at a suitable location if it was to be out to Mackenzie Street, potentially further towards the north, or indeed perhaps where the cul-de-sac location is. From a preliminary point of view and a review of the earthworks information that's provided to us at this stage, there is a degree of cut that is required along Mackenzie Street. So perceivably, from an engineering perspective, you could obtain a connection. But what we would say at this time is the applicant hasn't been afforded the, I guess, ability to investigate that. And therefore, yeah, at this stage, we're comfortable with the condition for them to investigate and come back to us with an amended plan.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kerry and then Councillor Carroll.
I was just asking for assistance as to where the reference to the bushfires might have been in the material that's just been supplied, but I've located it. Thank you.
I'll hand back over to Ben. He'll be able to give you a wholesome response there. Jerry.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there a specific reference to the bushfire, or is it mainly the supplementary material? Just giving a summary there. Oh.
I couldn't quickly. I didn't receive this. I didn't see it last night. I was until now. I was just wondering if you could assist me to direct me to where it was, and I think I've located it. Thank you.
If I may just, Councillor, so probably page 2 is where you'd be most interested. So there's specifically points raised by the Eldon Botcher report, and those are pointed out, comments by officers based on the technical assessment and comparison to the original LEC report submitted.
You comfortable, Kerry, to have a look at that? We'll go over to Councillor Carroll. That's right. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the team for the work you've done on this, but I still have concerns about the firefighting capabilities here. It's great that we're allowing or in our condition having a road going back down to the south, because it was really not acceptable the way it was. I know, I'm very aware that we're bound by overlays that we have, but I still have in my head 2002 and 2004 and how the wind came and how things went. But my concerns still are about the damage as the flow goes down into Jubilee Park. I've read what is here, but do you believe that we've got that covered, number one? Because 2011 was considered to be a 1 in 500 event. And all that rain, all the water just finds its way down, and how we are saying that it needs to be protected from scour, but we don't know how. We haven't said how, and we don't know how would that play out when we're looking at accepting that, and how we would inspect what we don't even know we're asking for. Could I have an answer to that first? Thank you, Mr. Clancy.
Hand over to Ben. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. There obviously are comments in the addendum to that effect, but if I can expand on that a little bit further for you, and certainly from an engineering perspective, when you do look at a site of this topography and grade, scour certainly is front of mind. At this stage, we've only received preliminary details from the applicant as to how they propose to manage that. Most of the flow would be conveyed by that swale located along the rear of lots 48 to 50, so it all sort of concentrates. And then having been out on site myself, essentially it renders out into like a little creek area before essentially just plunging off the edge of the escarpment. Now, the engineer has looked at it from a stormwater quantity perspective, and we have received a stormwater management plan that does outline the potential flow impacts associated with that. What that indicates is that in a 1% AP, and that's the maximum design threshold that we can look at as officers based on the assessment benchmarks, is a 15 millimetre increase of flow in that swale and localised creek area. Now, naturally, the applicant is going to have to provide measures to mitigate the velocity of that flow to ensure that it doesn't scour, and that's typically information that we would receive through the operational work stage. So the draft conditions, you'll note that there's a condition specifically for a detailed stormwater management plan that addresses scour, as well as a supplementary condition within the draft conditions packages that talks to having no impact or scour impact, both on site and downstream. So officers would look to confirm that through an operational works application.
Thank you. I want to comment on the tree being saved. Cambu, you did this at the bottom of the big hill in the early 2000s. Works very well. So if you'd like to go out there, I think it's Highgate Road. So it works very well. My other question is, I note that there's reduced pressure on the water that will be reticulated to these blocks. I understand on the large blocks, we mentioned having firefighting capabilities, but those smaller blocks are too small to have large dedicated tanks. How are we going to cover that? Because it is I'm aware that in the past, in some of our areas, again, out in the Cambodia Shire, we stipulated there had to be particularly dedicated tanks for firefighting, and we don't have room on those small blocks. How are we going to manage that with a lessened pressure on our mains? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, probably just flag we don't have a concern about water supply, so I'm I guess surprised or happy to be pointed up to otherwise where there might have been a concern around low pressure. In fact, it's probably the opposite problem on this site. So the site is within the water supply catchment area, so therefore in accordance with AO 1.1 of the Bushfire Hazard Overlay Code, they're provided to 1, connect to the reticulated supply network, and 2, ensure that that supply network has adequate supply for bushfire fighting purposes. We've confirmed with our water network planning team that there are no concerns related to water supply to meet firefighting requirements for the development. And the main reason for that is the site is located at least 50 metres below the Mount Lofty Reservoir. So there's a significant amount, I guess, of head or pressure that can be provided to the network. And indeed, portions of probably the lower portion of the site will be essentially rendered high pressure, as is the eastern area to the site at the moment. In terms of firefighting requirements, our planning scheme policy 3 requires 15 litres a second of flow with 12 metres of head. The subject site will more than adequately achieve those firefighting requirements. And in fact, there may actually be a requirement to reduce the pressure on site through a pressure reducing valve. And I think there are comments around that in the planning report in attachment 2.
And that's the reason I asked the question, because I saw somewhere in the report whether we were talking about lower water pressure.
Sure.
And that alarms me, to be honest. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, it's the opposite. So the comment in the report is around lowering the pressure, I suppose, and having a pressure reducing valve that would achieve that. With or without, they're still going to achieve the firefighting requirements.
Thanks, Councillor James. And go back to, well, I'll check online first. Thanks, Councillor James.
So thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Tim. There's a lot of different areas I know that we've sort of looked at and that raise levels of concerns, and rightfully so, around this. Can I please just ask again? I just want to hone in on the bushfire risk. Like I think it's fair to say, obviously, everyone understands there's a bushfire risk. It's whether obviously it can be managed. Now, since last week, obviously, when we've had council, obviously through the applicant reports, we've since had. I assume you've seen you referenced it, all the correspondence since through Eldon Botcher. Can you just talk us through that and probably some of the points or issues that have been raised in relation to that since we asked similar questions last week? Because this is one of the really contentious points around this, and an understanding around what we've got here through assess, and then some additional information that we've been provided with since, please.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So based on the information which is coming through, and from what I understand is the peer review undertaken by submitters isn't necessarily suggestive that it's a faulted assessment, but there's dispute around the methodologies being applied. So I think there's a bit of point of difference between the two experts in their consideration of this. We've since had supplementary material provided by the applicant just to clarify around their experts' qualifications, as I believe that was a point of dispute, where they've provided details that this person is also an expert who represents in the courts as an expert witness on a number of matters, so they're suitably qualified in the Queensland context. In terms of the material what's been provided, Council's duty of care is to review all material to make sure that the methodology and the recommendations are sound. That's not necessarily to say it's the ultimate best outcome for a design, but it's within tolerable limits. So based on our assessment, we were accepting of the original design as proposed. However, we see that there's an improved outcome now by providing that additional access egress either via the head of the cul-de-sac through to Mackenzie Street or back through to proposed road 3.
Just follow on with that, Mayor, if I can. Thank you for that. And again, that helps, I suppose, in a way, because it's, as you can understand, there's obviously, there's some understanding that needs to be around the validity of what we're assessing on both ends here, obviously. So again, I just want to ask around bushfire risk, safety, mitigation, etc. Now, this particular parcel of land has been zoned as rural res, since early 2000s, whatever that was. So that doesn't necessarily mean automatically, obviously, that it's going to be residential, but obviously there's elements around it that need to be reached to achieve the end outcome of where we get. So do you know, going back when this obviously would have went through a planning scheme or things like that, and when we went out to community consultation, was any objection raised to this being zoned what it is zoned back when it was zoned the end outcome of where it's ended up as being rural res?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, we haven't done those investigations as part of this assessment because it's not necessary in terms of we effectively assess against the policy established at this date, not necessarily going back in terms of original commentary prior to the scheme being endorsed and accepted. Just the general philosophies around urban development and rural residential development. So rural residential zoning is usually in response to the serviceability of land, where it's since the passing of time, it's understood that there's a more reasonable ability to service this land with water and sewer reticulation, which does lend itself to a different urban development format. So based on what we've assessed, yes, it was subject to impact assessment given the dual zonings. However, we've looked at it based on its merits and understand that it's quite responsive in the natural landscape now, and it has that ability to be serviced by all urban utilities.
Okay, and just final one, if I may, Mayor. Sorry, because again, as I said, it's a really contentious part, and you can understand why people have concerns around this and trying to ensure that whatever the outcome here is obviously covers sort of these areas. And so the other question that I have, and I sort of asked it last week, is now all of the dwellings that exist currently, are they more or less in any further bushfire risk right now before or after this development goes ahead anyway? So look at some of those houses that are listed that are beside it. I mean, have they had to go through bushfire mitigation areas and things like that to have those dwellings where they currently sit at the moment? Because I'm just trying to assess, what I'm trying to assess in my mind, and so I asked it last week, is the manageable risk that exists around this. And Councillor Carl mentioned, what at the end of the day, what is our appetite to risk, and ultimately what do we classify as risk? How much more of a risk potentially is this as opposed to what currently sits there now?
Thank you, Councillor, and for the Chair. I wouldn't be able to speak to the specifics of the surrounding established neighbourhood in terms of what regime they went through with their original bushfire assessments and the establishments of home. Obviously, through the passing of time, building requirements, National Construction Code may be adjusted. What's suggested here in terms of what's being presented is that this may be actually result in an improved outcome for the established residents, given that there will be greater weed mitigation, other things in terms of reduction of fuel load on what would be the established covenant area into perpetuity. So there's existing weed with limited management currently, whereas what's being proposed is the establishment of the covenant over Lot 47, which has certain obligations on that landholder to control and manage their land.
Yeah, that's for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Just before I go to Councillor Bill and you, Councillor Carey, I'll just give the option. Councillor Melissa, I'll go to you, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you to the team for giving us the supplementary information that was requested from last week and the work that's been put in. But I have two questions, if I may. The first, given the number of significant matters that will not be finally designed until operational works, particularly roadwork, earthworks, slope stability, drainage and stormwater, can we be assured that we have sufficient information at this RAL stage to know that all 50 lots can actually be safely and practically delivered without requiring materially different engineering outcomes later?
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the question. And through the Chair, yes, the short answer to that, Councillor, is yes, we do have sufficient information at this stage. Obviously, at the RAL stage, we receive preliminary design information, so in relation to earthworks, servicing, roadworks and like. Obviously, noting that the addendum does propose some condition amendments that would change that design in concept, but officers have confidence, as we've indicated, in relation to the flexibility of those conditions, that we can achieve the intent of those conditions through sound engineering means.
Just on mute there, Councillor Melissa. You're on.
Oh, apologies. Thanks, Ben. I really appreciate the confirmation of that. My second question is, how will wildlife movement be managed during construction when the clearing and earthworks are occurring?
Thank you, Councillor. So through the, I guess, the substantive works, what would occur as terms of establishing the development, there would be certain requirements around construction environmental management plan, particularly around fauna and fauna spotters for any fellings of trees, and then other works which may encroach into established veg areas. So these are quite standard requirements anywhere in Queensland when you're affecting what might be established biodiversity assets.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Trevor, I'll go to you. I've got a lineup of questions in the room, but if you had a question at this stage.
Okay, I do. Thanks, Chair. In regards to the addendums that we put forward today to the applicant and he or the company hasn't agreed to them yet, how do we go there legally if we move that this all goes ahead today and she says, no, we don't want to do that? That's part one of my question. With the new street, which is currently a cul-de-sac, how many lots will be lost to join up to wherever this new street will take us out to, whether that Mackenzie or Windermere? And with that, should there be a proper traffic survey done on the movement of traffic, because that will change the whole demographic of how traffic moves within that new subdivision?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. So through this process from here, if Council is in a position to approve based on the adjustments and recommendations, yes, it is correct that these draft condition adjustments have not been provided to the applicant at this time. However, through the natural process of development assessment, there is a negotiated decision process which an applicant may make representations for further consideration around any of the conditions, not just the ones that are being presented for adjustment today, but any aspects of the development, which in that instance, we would go for a further assessment process, which is just a normal process through the Planning Act. The second point to your question, sorry, Councillor, was around the potential loss in yield in number of lots proposed in terms of providing that additional road access. So that assessment hasn't necessarily occurred at this stage from Council in terms of making that decision. That would be a commercial decision of the applicant. However, it is likely just based on the design that there would be a reduction by available land to be developed for that establishment of the road, which may potentially alter the number of lots currently presented before Council at this time.
Joe, you might just also comment on the notion from Councillor Trevor in regard to a traffic study as a result of that change. Or Ben?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. So in relation to the traffic components, as councillors would be aware and as commented on in the addendum, there isn't the requirement for a traffic impact assessment as part of the subject application. So we wouldn't anticipate that there is the need to provide one as part of the amendments that are proposed. However, and in noting that, any implications to do with the proposed amendments to provide road connectivity would have a negligible impact in terms of the existing network. Any lots that, for example, are likely, if the connection was to be provided through to Road 3, would not necessarily use that as a desire line. Obviously, that option would be available to them, but there are obviously existing traffic calming methods within that, a number of turns that would be required to essentially use that as a route. Alternatively, and again, traffic could go out via Mackenzie Street through that other proposed option, which would just be a direct traffic flow onto that. In either case, I guess the short answer to that is that there would be a minimal number of lots and therefore a minimal number of vehicle movements generated that would be fully within the existing capacity of Windermere Terrace based on our network planning.
Thanks very much.
Can I...
Another question, Councillor Trevor, or supplementary?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, say there's 50 lots or 48 lots with the socio-economic that will go in there, because you're not going to go in there probably for less than $2 million by the time you buy your land, do the house, shared landscaping and all those bits and pieces. So that's 2 cars per lot. I would envisage there could be some homes in there 3 or 4 cars. So that's 200 movements every morning, 200 of an afternoon, all those types of things. It would have an impact on no matter whether you go Rifle Range, Mackenzie, Windermere. So I still believe a traffic survey, even though you guys are saying no, it would be warranted, I think, for that whole area, as in to see where it will all end up. that's just my thought on the whole process there. With another question, with street trees that will be put in after the development is completed, 45 litre trees in tubs or pots, whatever they come in, is there any way we can increase that to give it a little bit more habitat, so to speak, or not?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So the number of trees to be established along the road corridors are just inconsistent with council's standard policies under the planning scheme in terms of what the expectations are. For something to be above and beyond that, there would have to be a willingness from the applicant to accept that. So I guess it's within council's discretion to try to seek that outcome. However, it's something which would not necessarily be defendable under the current planning policy to push for something above and beyond unless it's there's a willingness from the applicant to accept that.
Thank you. That's all for me at this stage.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Trevor. So, Councillor Bill, I'll go back to you, then Councillor Carey, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. I go back to the fire danger. Well, firstly, just a brief comment about overlays. Here, to me, is what appears as a classic example of ignoring a bushfire overlay, ignoring a koala corridor overlay, sensitive overlays. And why my question based around that is, and I'll ask it again, I asked it last week, have we thought to ask and the basis of my question here is because when I look at the council maps on fire danger area and the state mapping, there is inconsistencies for a start. Well, what I interpret as inconsistencies. So why shouldn't we ask the applicant to not develop on the northern side of the connection road from Rifle Range through to Mackenzie? Because I cannot fathom how a technical argument can water down the risk of buildings going in on building pads with timber adjacent with an escarpment and a northeasterly prevailing wind that blows straight up that valley. Why couldn't we ask the applicant to actually that further mitigates fire danger, respects the overlays of bushfire and respects sensitive habitat and koala corridor. And the reason why I'm asking too, just to give a bit of context there, is in last week's meeting it was stated that clearing of privet and pest, but then it goes on in the report. I actually took a shot of the page in the report where it talks about it being managed as trees and grassed area. That is not restoration of habitat for koalas to travel from tree to tree with population encroaching, dogs, all sorts of things. So why shouldn't we be asking to protect a valuable asset? And it's a valuable asset under quadruple bottom line.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. And I might just tackle it in two parts. So the first point was in relation to the bushfire hazard overlay. So just in terms of bushfire hazard overlays, they're done on a macro scale and they're just really the mechanism to trigger a bushfire assessment. So what we've had presented to us is actually a detailed site-specific assessment, not at the macro scale, which is what the overlay is, just the mechanism to trigger that assessment. Based on the assessment presented by the applicant's expert and then reviewed by our officers and accepted, it's considered that the bushfire risk is within tolerable limits to allow for this development. For the second point in relation to the koala habitat, we work within bounded assessment elements to when we consider these applications. So the koala environment aspects or the presence of koalas is not something which is within the remit of the local government to enforce or make an assessment. That's under the state's jurisdiction in terms of their ability to condition or require above and beyond. So we wouldn't necessarily have an ability to impose something which would be within the state's jurisdiction.
But why couldn't we ask the question of the applicant? And it'll come down, if this is to go ahead, it'll come down to a negotiated decision notice. Why couldn't we ask? What I'm saying is we have a propensity to line up behind what the legislation says, but at some point, I'm not being smart here. The fact is, my question is, when is enough risk enough risk? When fireys have to get out, average family is 1 point something, two people per household. These are larger lots, possibly larger households, children living at home, so it's going to probably be more. So at least 100, if not 200 people, another 200 people to move out of potentially out of harm's way. Because we know fires happen here. There's fire scars on that adjacent land. So, it just defies common sense for me. Why can't we ask? Why can't we draw a line in the sand? We know the legislation. We know the cost shift to local government. But at some point in the interests of the community, shouldn't we be pushing back on this and saying, is it really necessary? Because that red crossed hatched line is a further degradation, and I'll probably save it for debate, but I'd suggest to you that there are a lot more trees going that are indicated by the depth of the fill. It's horrifying. 10 metres in some places and 4 metres in other places, variation to height, and that fill that's brought in, 14,000 or cubic metres, whatever it is in the report. That's horrifying. Trees rot when you put dirt around them, particularly gum trees. They die. So, and you can see where the trees are by that aerial shot and where those fill and where it's got to be dug out.
So Councillor Bill, and again, you've got the opportunity to talk when we get into debate, but it may be something that if you wanted to put forward an addition to the conditions, then that could be tested as well, if you wanted to give some thought to that. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just referring to the material that was supplied to us today, item number 2, again dealing with bushfires. It states that a vegetation covenant over Lot 47 will provide for the long-term implementation of these management measures, including ongoing weed control. In time to come, the developer company will have no longer any interest in the subject land. I suppose my question is, who will be responsible for that control or implementation of the covenant, and if it's the council, to what cost will be involved?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. So the intention would be that lot is on sale. It's a freehold lot, but what comes with it is a covenant requirement, which is it's established on title and perpetuity. So that puts certain obligations onto the future landholders around those requirements, whether it's weed mitigation and controls and establishment and maintenance of the vegetation in that location. So those would carry with the land and wouldn't necessarily put any onus or obligation onto council in terms of maintaining that covenant area.
I understand that they would have, being a covenant registered on their title, they would have that obligation. But what body, what person would be responsible for ensuring that the covenant the terms of the covenant are complied with, and at what cost?
Thank you, Councillor. So in that instance, council as an organisation is an enforcement authority in terms of if there is concerns around non-compliance with the covenant's terms.
That's all, Councillor Shine, at the moment.
And it's not possible to estimate the cost of that surveillance and one assumes.
Thank you, Councillor. I wouldn't necessarily speculate in terms of hypothetically what could occur with future landholders. However, based on past experience, some instances you might be proactive, but generally it's a reactive. Like if it starts to become unmaintained, you're going to know about it pretty soon from just local residents. Yeah.
There's quite a number of lots, and I suppose you can envisage disputes amongst them as to who is responsible for the work that's needed to be done. So you could see problems ahead, notwithstanding the presence of a registered covenant.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Kerry's mentioned some of the things, so we're reactive and we would just work on complaint system, which we do with a lot of things because we don't have the capacity. I'm wondering if you could put up the map where we can see from the 1940s the area there as what we have today, and that would tell you that what we did when those other blocks in between that time and how the vegetation has grown and changed since the good seasons we've had since 2010. The whole area has changed. I guess my question about the state government is responsible for koala mapping, and less than 1% of our areas with koalas are mapped by the state government. So that is the actual fact, and we are, and I suppose I'm asking the question I know the answer to, we have to use that overlay despite the fact of its inadequacy. Can we find that map? Thank you very much. That's the difference in how it was. If we can put them side by side, that would be great. To what we have today as to what we had back there when, probably just before and around the time some of those houses around there were developed. Very, very different scenario. The bush has taken over, the trees are lovely and mature, and so that has formed a corridor where the koala go down. And thank you very much for putting that condition that I asked for about the hooded lighting. That'll make an enormous difference to the way that wildlife corridor is. Further to the west, they won't go, but at least it gives them an area to live in. But I'm very frustrated about the fact that we are using overlays for things like fire and state mapping for koalas when we know it's inadequate and we know that koalas are threatened. And it's not just koalas. I'm a koala supporter, but we've also got gliders and all those things. So my frustration is not at our people and not even at the developer because, but I do agree with Councillor Bill in that the developer has tried to work with our teams on this, and it probably would be a question that we might be able to ask about that. My concerns about the clearing of mature trees is that it'll be 20, 30 years before those trees, if they live, before they're able to be used by wildlife. And there is a concern in that we have to make a decision, and we know what's going to happen here. Those trees will be felled. Yes, we'll have spotters, but at the end of the day, it'll be habitat lost. And I know that there's a lot has been done to change this, and I know that we'll end up in the P&E court if we don't approve this. But it just is very frustrating, and I guess my question is there is no way, we haven't got mapping over that area, so there is no way that we can enforce that those mature trees be left. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, and can certainly appreciate the concerns around, historic data as well as overlay mapping and so forth. I think they're shared by Councillor Cahill. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, as council officers, we have to have regard, as per our statutory assessment provisions, to give weight to those overlay codes and benchmarks. Probably what we'd highlight is that, particularly from an ecological point of view, there's very limited mapping on this site. From a bushfire management point of view, there's very limited in terms of context, and what the team have endeavoured to do through the assessment process is to really gain as much as we could potentially out of that assessment framework, hence the covenant, hence the additional tree planting, hence the additional area that's been dedicated above and beyond perhaps what we could through a standard assessment process request. Appreciate that involves seed stock rather than existing mature trees, and we certainly understand the challenges of that potential loss of habitat. But obviously, the additional planting in the long term has been provided for those reasons, as well as the covenant provisions to ensure that those trees established and are well maintained.
Thank you. Now, councillors online, Councillor Melissa or Councillor Trevor, do you have any more questions? We'll wrap up the question shortly.
No, thank you.
All right.
No, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillors, any more questions? If not, thanks very much, Ben and Joe. Very much appreciated. Can we get the recommendation noting that there will be the changes, the addendums that came through, and those changes that Ben mentioned at the start, which is the conditions on condition 5 and condition 81, 81A and 98. Now, attachment 3, okay, conditions in attachment 3, so that's now attached, and amended conditions on table in attachment 13. Can you just, sorry to be a nuisance here, Deanne, can you just put attachment 13 up so we know exactly what we are voting on here? Just as a refresher, we've had good discussion and we just want to be sure that councillors are aware what we are voting on. So this is the attachment 13, is that right? Attachment 13. So that's in the hard copy, councillors. It's the last couple of pages in the hard copy that you've got as well. It's condition 5, 81, 81A, and condition 98 as well. So they are now included in the recommendation that's come from officers. Therefore, can I put this on the table? Is someone happy to move the officer recommendation? Moved by Councillor James. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa, feel free to put a hand up if you'd like to second it. Well, press the hand, I guess it is. You listening? No? So we've got no seconder for the motion. Is that the story? Trevor, Melissa, last chance. No, obviously. It's a no and it's a no.
No.
That's right, no, Melissa, just so I can hear you.
No. No.
No seconder for the motion, okay. The motion is lost. And therefore, councillors, the motion then is void and we have to go back to the drawing board. Effectively, that's what happens in that case.
How do you mean drawing board, Mayor?
It means we'll have to have reasons for why. Yeah, so the decision is not to approve it. Okay.
Yes, okay, thanks,
So,
thanks
wait
for
a
that
minute.
clarity.
We've got... Beg your pardon? Oops.
Can I call a point of order, please, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Carroll, I'm
just... ask for an alternate motion?
Yeah, I will do that. I'm just working through the process as we get through it. So... No, that's fine. That motion is. And so we can ask for an alternate motion. More than happy to do that. So have an alternate motion. That's right. So do we have an alternate motion? Councillor Hill?
A suggestion as a way forward. I find it rather onerous as a layperson and not a technical person where we're expected to draft an alternate motion. Maybe we leave this lie on the table to later on. Well,
with further technical advice and further conditions in relation to addressing the matters that were raised by the applicants and the submitters in a matter that has been put forward. The professional advice from the officers has taken all those matters into consideration. The room is being asked to make a decision. If you refuse, you need to give me reasons as to the refusal. If you decide to approve, the conditions that have been put forward will be put forward to the applicant for consideration, but we need a decision from the room.
Councillors, as a suggestion,
I'm suggesting that we actually take the time to give some consideration. That's all. That's not an unreasonable request, given that none of us come in here with a predetermined view on the matter. You listen to the information that is provided, and I think it's very unreasonable to be put in the blocks and make an immediate decision when we haven't been afforded the time to actually do as the CEO suggested.
So, councillors, my suggestion is, and having a quick chat with Ben and Joe, is that we actually give these officers time to actually come back to us with some information, and therefore, rather than adjourn the meeting now, we will lay on the table until later in the day, and then we'll deal with it today. Okay, so the motion would be exactly as what the committee report was. However, the wording would be to a decision later in the ordinary meeting. You happy to move that, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking.
Okay, have a seconder? Someone to second?
Yes.
Councillor Trevor, second. Those in favour?
Yes.
1, 2.
Yes.
Just go again. Bill, Kerry, Melissa and Trevor. 4.
Yes.
4, 3. It's carried. So that's what will happen. And we dealt with later in the day to give officers an opportunity to work through to assist. Thank you. Very good. We then move, councillors will bring in the councillors that are outside.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Edwina and Councillor Rebecca, are they close by?
Yeah,
Okay. I'd like to push through with the committee reports if we can. All right, councillors, still online, Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa, very good.
Yes.
Good. Councillors, we'll move to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. And we've got our acting GM, Matt Tor. Welcome to you, Matt. There was one item, which was the confidential security of critical infrastructure, otherwise known as SOCI. Does anyone like to pull that out to discuss? If so, we'll have to go in confidential. If not, the motion before us is the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 11 August 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Melissa?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. That motion is carried unanimously. 8.3, councillors, no substantive items. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 11 August 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried.
Yes.
And Tim, Melissa, thank you. 8.4 is the Environment Community Committee. Again, no substantive items. The motion, therefore, is that the report What's that, Councillor Trevor?
I'll move.
Okay, well, how about we wait till we finish the motion, and then I'm more than happy to go to you.
That's fine.
That the report of the Environment and Community Committee date 11 August 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor. Seconder. Councillor Bill, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously.
Yes.
Thank you. We then move to the Corporate Services Committee, and this was for the Operational Plan Progress Report for 25-26. That's the end of the last year. Anyone like to pull that out? No? Okay, the motion before us is the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 11 August 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim. Seconder, Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried.
Yes.
Trevor?
Yes.
Mel? Unanimously. Move to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee, of which there are no substantive items. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 11 August 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Very good. We then move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement, and welcome to Acting GM Ed Johnson. Noting, councillors, that item number 4, and this is confidential, and if there is a discussion then we'll need to go into closed for that. Otherwise, Ed, more than happy to hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you I will table the monthly financial performance statement for the month of for the first month of financial year and take it as read, given my infancy in time in the role for this point in time. I will note, however, that all variances are less than 1%, and that's expected being the first reporting period of the new financial year. Everything is tracking well, and as it should at this point in time, and happy to take any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair, and understand you're in your infancy there, GM Ed. Just looking at the operating expenditure and our depreciation, and I know, we had a large amount of money from government, from the state and federal, go into our accounts, but also the depreciation of $552,000, which is above budget due to the increase in fuel prices, etc. Do we know, and I guess this is a bit difficult to throw this one at you right now, but how this is going to affect us for the rest of the year? Like if this is, we're looking right now at 31st of July, so we're really only 1 month in and there's already, half a million, yeah.
Correct. I'll attempt to answer it, and we might follow it up with some supplementary information just to give you some further comfort. It is the first month of the financial year, so it's difficult at this point in time to draw out what that may mean over the 11 remaining months. The driver at the moment, pardon the pun, is the fuel prices. So if we see relief in that space, it is conceivable that figure would return back to what it would be budgeted at. But until we have that certainty in that space, it's quite difficult to tell you, except to say that we actively track through a monitoring group and a significant group within the organisation the fuel issues that local government are facing and the impact of that across our supply network as well as our construction networks as well. So we are actively working in that space.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Any other questions for Ed? If not, the motion before us, therefore, is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 July 2026 be received. Councillor Tim move. Councillor Edwina second. Those in favour?
In favour.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move, thanks Ed very much. We'll move to the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Hand over to you, Sal.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. We are now in our final month of winter, and despite this being my second winter in the city and everyone telling me that it hasn't been cold, I do believe that I have experienced a number of days of cold in this city. But what we are seeing is the flowers starting to bloom and a sure sign that spring is around the corner, and with that, the joys of the Carnival of Flowers, which will be upon us on the 18th of September through to October 5 this year, and another opportunity for this wonderful city to showcase what it does best, and that's flowers. Noting the comments already made by the Mayor, I too just want to acknowledge and congratulate Nick Hauser, our General Manager of Community Services, who will soon leave us to commence his role as Chief Executive Officer of Lockyer Valley Regional Council, As we heard this morning, Nick has made a significant contribution to this organisation, and I look forward to working with him in his new capacity as CEO of Lockyer Valley, and wish him, on behalf of the organisation, all the best for his contribution to us, and more importantly, his contribution that he will make to that organisation. I also just want to bring to Council's attention that Toowoomba Regional Council has been recognised among Queensland's top 10 councils in community satisfaction, according to a survey undertaken in June this year by Snap Send Solve Community Stakeholder Index, one of Australia's largest independent measures of community sentiments towards local government performance. The results reflect positive residents' perceptions of council's responsiveness and effectiveness in addressing local issues that matter most to the community, including roads, waste, water, infrastructure and local amenity. The recognition is particularly significant given the 26 Snap Send Solve Community Satisfaction Index found that the community satisfaction with local government declined across Australia, with Queensland average score falling to 59.2% and the national average to 59.6%. Against a backdrop of rising service demand and increasing community expectations, Toowoomba Regional Council was able to maintain its position amongst Queensland's top 10 councils, reflecting a strong community confidence in the work that this organisation is doing. I should note that there was an increase from last year's rating of 15 into the top 10. So I do congratulate the organisation for the efforts it's undertaking to ensure that we maintain a high standard of customer service. I also just want to touch on, and probably quite relevant to the recent discussion that we were having previously, the recent exercise Kazan, which was a multi-agency disaster management exercise focused on an escarpment bushfire. These exercises are invaluable, and the way they bring together council, emergency services and partner agencies to ensure that we have the strengthening relationships to test our preparedness and to ensure that we can work effectively and responding to a real event. The exercises highlighted a range of opportunities to further strengthen our planning and coordination arrangements, with the next phase involving an activation of a local disaster coordination centre to test our systems, processes and our operational readiness. As already mentioned by the Acting GM of General Corporate Services, we continue to maintain a very close eye on the fuel supply. With the recent federal government measures which have seen the removal of some of the temporary relief, we are continuing to monitor where fuel will go over the next 12 months. Council has an active role now in ensuring that we do keep a watching brief on where our fuel reserves are and how we can ensure that we can continue to maintain and deliver those services appropriately. The situation, as I mentioned, will continue to be monitored regularly and actively to ensure that we are ready for any situations that may be before us. Recently, I had the opportunity to attend with the Mayor the Darling Downs and Southwest Council of Mayors in Goondiwindi, an opportunity for me again to engage with my peer CEOs from our adjoining councils and participate in discussions which ensure that the issues that are relevant to all of us in this wonderful part of the world are addressed in an appropriate and considered manner. An opportunity to ensure that we play our part in working with our councils that join us. Finally, I'd just like to touch on Rural Road Safety Month and Queensland Road Safety Week. August is an important month for road safety awareness, and Rural Road Safety Month being recognised nationally throughout August alongside Queensland Road Safety Week, which is being observed this week. And this year's theme is Join the Journey. Many of us recently attended the launch of Rural Road Safety Month, which highlights the importance of making safe choices on our roads, particularly across the extensive rural network of the Darling Downs and our own regional council area, of which we have some 3,000 kilometres of rural roads. The campaign focuses on raising awareness of the fatal 5 behaviours that continue to contribute to serious crashes and fatalities on Queensland roads. As councillors knows, road safety is an issue I particularly am passionate about. Every one of us has a role to play in keeping our roads safe, whether we are driving, riding, cycling or walking. I encourage everyone to remain vigilant, look out for other road users, obey speed limits and always drive to the conditions. Even one life lost on our roads is too many, and through continued education, awareness and responsible behaviour, we can all contribute to making our roads safer for everyone. So let's all join the journey to continue building a stronger culture where safety comes first on our work sites, in our communities and on our roads. Mr Mayor, that concludes my August meeting report.
Thanks very much, Sal. Appreciate that. Well done to the team in regard to Snap Send Solve. It's a very good app, well used. Councillors, any question for Sal? If not, the motion before us is the Chief Executive Officer's... Sorry, Trevor, you're right.
Sorry.
You're right.
Through you to CEO Sal, is there any way we can promote Snap Send Solve a little bit more? Because I still run into people who have got no idea about that app, which is free and a great way of getting in contact with TRC.
Through you, Chair, definitely, Councillor Trevor. I'll work with Tanya and we'll get some more media out there, when we'll probably also release a media release in relation to the good work Toowoomba Regional Council has done in making the top 10.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Melissa, any questions from you?
No.
No, thank you. Okay, the motion before us is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Yes.
Unanimously. Thank you very much. I propose we do the Mayor's monthly report, and then I'll call for a motion to adjourn for 10 minutes or so. Councillors, the monthly report, Mayor's monthly report, is included for you, and I guess I wanted to just raise or mention particularly the value we have of working locally and thinking internationally in many ways. And this report actually demonstrates that by way of presenting at a World Cities Conference, where I have to say the top 5 issues internationally are very similar to the top 5 issues across our nation, which revolve around housing affordability, infrastructure delivery, population growth, climate resilience and economic competitiveness. We also spent an additional day in Singapore to continue the relationship we've had, and of course with the Republic of Singapore Air Force, now 30 years in our community, and a very valued organisation and group, particularly around disaster management. They assist us with that, but also with community groups like Maclean Care at Oakey, as well as the Apex Club. They do a terrific job. So that relationship between Singapore and ourselves is already strong. And Gardens by the Bay, of course, 2 years ago we had a display there with, some 60 or 80,000 people visiting. Every year at Gardens by the Bay they get close to 15 million visitors. And we actually have a permanent sculpture, a gene stream sculpture, in that very location, which when we were over there, in actual fact, it was worked out beautifully. We actually invited the new High Commissioner for Australia, who's based in Singapore, to actually visit at the same time, and she came over, and of course the Gardens by the Bay folk were very impressed that we had the High Commissioner there, and she'd been there for 8 weeks and hadn't had a chance to be there. So that relationship is strong. The companies we met, which are listed in the report, all have a keen interest in building relationships within our community. Some, in fact, are already here doing work at the Army Aviation Base and also around aviation fuel as well. So the connections are strong and important. However, I did mention that then we flow through this report to, thinking locally with a focus internationally. And Sal mentioned the Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors, and I thank Councillor Carroll for also attending and contributing, particularly around the DRF and road networks. That was a brilliant couple of days, I have to say. They're very fruitful discussions, and our next one will be in October. But we also then had, of course, and there were many councillors attended the community conversations at Maclagan, which and Quilpie and Colpie at the Quinalo Hall, and again very local, and issues that came up from Jasmine and Tim, who attend Oakey Primary and Oakey High, in regard to a bus shelter positioning at Colpie. They're the sorts of things that become very local, and so I just wanted to emphasise the way in which we have to interact locally, more broadly local, and then obviously regionally and internationally, and this report demonstrates that. Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to comment on the Darling Downs and South West Mayors Forum in Gundy, because I come from Gundawindi, so I very much enjoyed it. But I'd like to request that I thank Michael Duff for the work he put in to make that all happen, and Lawrence's team as well out there. But some of the papers that were there, I think, would be very interesting to these councillors, and it would be good if they could be shared with them. Thank you very much.
That's a good point.
It was extremely very important, and it's noted that they are so concerned about their roads, wild pigs, and those things that we should also put our minds to, because the pig situation and the wild dog situation is out of control along our escarpment as well. But the papers and the presentations that were made there were, I didn't think any one of them wasn't interesting. So if we could share that, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
It's a good point, Councillor Carroll. We'll definitely do that. Even the presentations from Brisbane 32, more regionally you go, you think, oh, well, this won't be of any interest. In actual fact, it's of high interest. And places like Maranoa are already right in the mix of doing things. So it was very good. Appreciate the comments. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just in regard to the community conversations, which were terrific last week, when we have the butcher's paper and people write down the things that they want to have captured by council, I've had comments about what happens with that information, and we say we capture it all, we look into it, and it seems to me if we just gave people the option, some won't want to take it, some will want to just be able to write whatever on that butcher's paper and not have their name attributed to it. But the ones who do want the loop to be closed with them, just for our media team as well, our comms team, if we could offer people that opportunity, I think it will just, what is already being really well received in the community, it'll give it another little level up, because some will want those conversations closed with them. And it was a great night and it wasn't that cold. So, just that minor note, thank you.
We might be able to give you an update there with Sal as well, because this is something he's been working with Tanya and the team in regard to that.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. It is something that I've been discussing with both Nick and Tanya in relation to that follow-up session and how we can actually, as you've rightly pointed out, close that loop for those members that do want to know. So Nick has, and he does depart this week, but Nick has started to put in play some more processes which starts to see that actual process do the full circle, but more importantly also start to come back to the room so you guys are aware of what information has been done. So we'll continue that work. Tanya and I have got some ideas, and I will take up with whoever becomes the interim GM in that space to ensure that we close those loops.
Very good. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor, Melissa? No. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. I just wanted to, and maybe, sorry, Councillor Trevor, I just wanted to mention that Councillor Melissa, Councillor Trevor and I went out to the Singapore National Day. We got there a little bit late after we'd been, Councillor Melissa drove us, thankfully. We went to Clifton to the launch of the Cuddlebead, and then we went out, and it was a wonderful day. And our CEO was out there too, which was very impressive to the Singaporeans. They were very pleased to have us all there, and it was wonderful to see their community celebrating their National Day. So when we're talking about the Singaporean Air Force, they contribute a tremendous amount to our community and were very involved when the big bushfires were on down New South Wales and Victoria. Their Chinooks were very much in demand, and they did a great job, and also in the floods up round Julie Creek and whatever in recent years. So they're wonderful citizens in our community, contribute a lot, and we were honoured to be out there for their National Day. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. We'll probably close up there and go to the motion. However, it's worthy of noting that it was the first visit by the Minister of Defence of Singapore most recently, first in their history of 30 years here. Such is the importance of the barracks for them, and obviously they were very keen to hear how the barracks is doing here locally. So, councillors, the motion before us is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Councillor Trevor? Motion carried unanimously. Councillor Shine, would you like to move adjournment for 10 minutes? Okay, moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Duena. All those in favour? Trevor,
Yes.
Melissa, motion's carried. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Trevor.
Thank you.
Councillors, we move to item 12.1, which is more operational than anything else, but we need to advertise this for public notification. It's a rescheduling of the ordinary meeting of council in October this year as a result of the Local Government Association of Queensland conference that is held during the week of the ordinary meeting, and therefore there will be a 2-week period between the committee meetings and the ordinary meeting of council. The motion is that the ordinary meeting of council scheduled for Tuesday 20th of October 2026 be rescheduled to Tuesday 27th of October 2026, and 2, public notification be undertaken in accordance with section 254B, public notice of meetings of Local Government Regulation 2012. So I moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Councillor Trevor?
In favour.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion's carried unanimously. We then move, councillors, to item 12.2, which is a report of the Audit Committee meeting on the 3rd of June. And I'll hand over to you, Sal, for that one.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'll take the report as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the report that I can. If not, I will take them on notice and get back to you.
Thanks very much, Sal. Any questions, councillors, in the room or online? Councillor Melissa?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, I do, if you're okay.
No, you're right, Councillor Melissa. We'll go straight to you.
Much appreciated. Sorry, Mayor. I do have a question in regards to recommendation number 7 in the, 12.2 Audit Committee recommendation number 7. Just wondering what actually triggered that recommendation. What specifically prompted the Audit Committee's recommendation that the risk appetite statement be further discussed, and were concerns identified with the existing statement, and if so, what were they?
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Melissa, thank you for the question. As you know, the Audit Committee is largely made up of new members which bring new capabilities and skills into the organisation. One of the areas that the committee was keen to work with council on was really to review or look at our current risk appetite statement to determine whether it needed any further refinement. As you would appreciate, the risk appetite statement is set by this room, and the Audit Committee would assist in shaping that if it was required, hence why that recommendation is on there to basically give some advice back on our statement to determine whether it does need an amendment or not, and if so, the Chamber would be heavily involved in that discussion.
Thank you, CEO, but just a question. I would assume that the risk appetite statement would come from council, then directed to the Audit Committee, and not the other way around, because from my understanding, that's what it feels, or that's how it reads to me. And when it comes down to a risk appetite, it is actually direction from this table, this boardroom, rather than from the Audit Committee to this boardroom.
Yeah, good question, Councillor Melissa. In general board arrangements, what would normally happen is that the board would ask the Audit Committee to provide some initial advice back to the board in relation to the construct of the risk appetite statement, but the ultimate determination of the risk appetite, the categories and the tolerances would be the responsibility of the Chamber. And what you would normally seek is some advice from your Audit Committee members to the current document for consideration and finalisation, to then hand back to the organisation to implement its requirements under the statement. So the Audit Committee is very clear, it won't decide, it is a conduit to assist, and the room is responsible for the determination of both the risks, the tolerance levels, and the appropriate appetite statement that ultimately would be signed off.
Thank you, CEO. Supplement, if I may, Chair. I'm just wondering if I've missed something, because I don't recall anything coming from this boardroom to the Audit Committee to trigger such a conversation. So I'm just wondering where that came from, and I was actually planning on bringing that up at the meeting that the CEO and councillors will be having in November, I think it's scheduled for. So this is a little bit sooner than I anticipated. I assumed that it would come from us first. As I said, I was planning to bring it up in that meeting in November and then forward it to the audit committee for comment after that. So if you could comment on that, CEO, that'd be great.
Yeah, so Councillor Mister, we're referring to the audit committee actually doing the tasks of an audit committee, which is to review all things based around risk. So what the audit committee is doing is looking at the current risk appetite statement to determine its appropriateness, to determine whether it needs to be amended, whether it should be providing advice back to the chamber. And if that is the case, then the chamber is responsible for determining its next steps. That's where this work has come through. It's basically improving our governance levels. It's improving what the role of audit committee should be. There is no decision or view here that the audit committee will determine or sign off on a statement. What it's just currently doing is looking at the current appetite statement to determine its appropriateness, whether it should provide some advice back to the chamber for consideration, and then it's up to the chamber to determine whether it wishes to amend, change, or leave the risk appetite statement as it is. I think what we are doing is just utilising the skills and capabilities of that audit committee to provide proper and due governance.
Thank you, CEO. And going back to my previous statement, I believe that this will be a discussion that we have in November. And I also would like to trigger a conversation on that day as well about the audit committee. Is it an audit committee or is it an audit and risk committee? And is this something that that we need to discuss going forward as well? So I think this is, for me at least anyway, a much broader discussion that I would like to flag in my one-on-ones with the organisation who was preparing that meeting for November. Thank you.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Makes sense, and I'm sure that amongst many things will be raised. So thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions? There's no other questions. The motion before us is that the report of the Audit Committee meeting held on the 3rd of June 2026 be received and the recommendations be adopted. Move Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour?
Yes.
In favour.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we move to item 12.3 and Councillor Rebecca, you have a conflict here. So if you'd like to leave the room, welcome to Marie Gales, the Acting GM for Infrastructure Services, or Interim GM. The item is Toowoomba Regional Aerodromes Operational Review. And therefore I'll hand directly over to you, Marie, and welcome to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just presenting the report to Council for the operational review of the Toowoomba Regional Aerodromes for Norting, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. Questions? I know Councillor Carroll and Councillor Edwina are obviously on the advisory committee as well, and this has been discussed through that sector from a stakeholder perspective. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor or Councillor Melissa?
No.
No.
Councillor Carroll? Question? Happy for Councillor Carroll to move it and put it on the table first. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Question, Councillor Tim?
I'm trying to find that dot point on page 60-something that was wanting to ask a question about and haven't got there yet. This is a report that provides several recommendations. It doesn't lock us into any one of those recommendations. I just wanted to make that crystal clear for the community awareness, and can I just have a comment on that, please?
In terms of how we operate the aerodromes, it doesn't lock us into anything. It's just reviewing. One of the key things to note is undertaking this was part of the recommendations of the AAC report, recommendation 11. They specifically mentioned the Toowoomba City Aerodrome because the staff work across all of the aerodromes. We've done a complete review. The only things that have moved forward since this report we've commenced work on digital reporting to remove or reduce the burden on the staff and free up some of their time. And we've already written to the Department of Home Affairs to request the cancellation of the Tier 3 Transport Security Plan, which reduces significantly the compliance burden on Toowoomba City Aerodrome.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Question, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. More of a comment, I guess, following on from Councillor Tim's question. I guess it's really positive to see this review, and I think historically it has been mismanaged as an asset. Looking at the report, it is quite damning with the highly operational and compliance focus that we've had. And I guess for the CEO, we're looking internally at function and form and where things sit. And even here, I've often commented myself, and it's acknowledged in here that there's never been a clearly defined business owner for the aerodrome, that it's accountability for the strategic performance of the network. Responsibility currently defaults to transport and drainage planning rather than sitting with a dedicated aerodrome lead. And as a result, the model prioritises operational compliance and maintenance delivery over commercial activation and long-term development. That's on page 12 of 118. And I guess my question is, will we be looking at having an aerodrome lead and increasing more efficiencies? I know there's 4 options here, and we're not agreeing to the future of which of those 4 options we choose right now. But does the business, do you foresee having someone in charge of the aerodrome internally?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Eddy, for your question. Without preempting any future arrangements or structures, which will go through the appropriate processes and consultation. But it is clear, probably in my 12-month period, Councillor Eddy, that there are opportunities within the organisation to probably better align functions, to capitalise on the commercial capabilities that the holdings provide this organisation. And in doing that, then probably looking at where those accountabilities and responsibilities best sit. That will be a body of work that I do intend to investigate as part of the organisational transformation program, to then come back with appropriate recommendations to ensure that we get the highest and best utilisation of those commercial assets that we own.
Good, because on page 24 of 118, it's quite damning: inefficient cost structure and revenue leakage, evidence overstaffing, low utilisation of plant, discounted fees and leases, and limited cost recovery at secondary sites. So it's good to see that we've acknowledged this and we can put that behind us, these learnings, and move forward and try and be a lot more, I guess, operationally efficient. So thank you.
Thank you. Last chance for a question or comment.
Can I ask?
Councillor Trevor?
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. From what I believe, I'm not totally in the mix of everything out there. We did have some staffing issues. Have they been resolved? And we had some exorbitant costs regarding mowing the grass, which is crucial out there. Have they been resolved?
Through you, Chair. Councillor Manteuffel, we're still operating the aerodromes based on the utilisation of contractors at this stage. We didn't want to fill those positions until such time as we had some outcomes and directions from this operational review. We can start re-looking at actually recruiting appropriate staff into that space. Some of the recommendations in this report also look at alternative ways of undertaking maintenance, including grass cutting. So that's another body of work that's yet to be started, and included in that is potentially using community groups that are more locally based at some of the other facilities and sharing assets with our parks colleagues in terms of undertaking the grass cutting. So it's all a body of work in process. None of those bits that you've asked about are actually completed at this stage.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. So we've got a mover in Councillor Carroll, second in Councillor Edwina. Any need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
Yes.
Okay, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, and thanks very much, Marie, and thank you for the team out there as well. Motion is carried. Councillor Rebecca. Councillors, we move then to item 12.4, which is the Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy. And Marie, welcome again to you. Thank you very much for all the work you've done here. This is our, I think, second or third go, maybe, of this. So do appreciate you getting to this point. Fourth, is it? Okay. Do appreciate it and the session that we had, and you brought it all together. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to you for any comments and go to questions.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to present the updated and revamped draft parking strategy to Council. I'll take the report as read, but happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Marie. Questions, councillors? Councillor Tim, did you have a question? Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Marie. Looking at the strategy, it first of all refers to this is the aim to make things easier for people. People at a certain age group and getting older find it a little bit difficult to adjust to quite a few changes that have occurred over recent years in Toowoomba with respect to parking. Just like you, if you could tell us, I know it may not be part of the vision that or the strategic objectives, but would be helpful, I think, for the community to know what systems or what change you can implement to make it easier to park and pay a fee. First of all, if I could.
Thanks, Councillor Shane. One of the first things we're going to be looking to do is transition to pay by plate, which actually, although it's a technology improvement, it actually means we don't have to remember a bay number. All you need is your number plate. You can pay online in your car without even having to get out of the car. So you don't have to find a meter, but you can then also park, pay at the meter, just inputting your number plate. That's one of the significant ones. The other one we're looking to do is actually simplify the parking regulations so that you know where to go to find an 8p or a 2p or a 3p. At the moment, we have a very complicated mix that makes it very difficult to find an appropriate space. So they're two of the key things, but not necessarily described in great detail here. We're looking to do how-to flyers and a how to park in Toowoomba region brochure to just help people find the information they need and be able to park, find the parking space they need when they need it, and pay in the easiest way.
Thank you. Just further to that, two things. I think we're reading the material that you're looking to having a system of payment by card only, no cash. Is that, have I read it correctly?
Ideally, that's where we'd love to get to, just because even now it probably costs us more to collect the cash than we actually make in the cash. But I don't have a date when any changes will happen at this stage.
To your knowledge, in other jurisdictions in Australia where that's been adopted, has that been successful or minimum complaints from people who don't have credit cards?
Most of my experience in Australia is actually in Brisbane. Brisbane disabled cash in all of their machines at the beginning of COVID and never switched it back on. I'm not aware of them having any complaints, not during the time I was there.
Councillor Kerry, I can probably add to that, as I have probably traversed this country more than others. Even Launceston in Tasmania has now a fully app-driven on an app, and you pay through credit card. The other matter is that it does reduce any potential probability of fraud because we're not handling cash, and it also actually is a much safer way to actually manage parking revenue because we're not having officers collecting cash. So there's a workplace health and safety issue there, but an efficiency issue there as well.
Just finally, a numerous number of people have expressed their concern that the 30 minutes free parking will be abolished. Is that, looking at the how this document works, it's not vision, it's not strategic objectives, it's frameworks. Will it be up to the GM and the operational plans to implement some change to that, if that's to be likely to be considered?
We'll be looking at that as part of the Toowoomba City Precinct Plan, but we haven't determined at this stage what will happen with that. The Toowoomba City and the delegations and the strategy actually sits with the CEO, not with the GM.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Question, Councillor Trevor.
Yes. To you, Acting GM, Marie, when will the people on the streets, car drivers, people walking around, see some changes, as in pay by plate? When is that envisaged to be undertaken if this motion is endorsed today?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. We're working with the supplier in terms of timeframes. The initial indication is about 6 months because of the rationalisation work we need to do in the background, but we'll work through that and keep you informed.
So does the pay by plate have to happen first, or can times around the city areas change now, or what comes first?
They actually have to go together, because if we change the times now, we have to change the system. So if we do it at the same time, we can change the system and the times at the same time, and it's one change for people to get used to.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina and Councillor James.
So I just have two for the GM. One was on pay by plate, so I'll follow on from Councillor Trevor. And I guess for as long as I've been sitting around this table, which is not a very long time, but we've been talking about moving to pay by plate. Do we have an ETA on that? The technology seems to be quite difficult for whatever reason, and are we getting any closer? Timing, please.
As I just mentioned, the ETA is around 6 months. We're working with the supplier in terms of what we have to do, what they have to do to see if we can accelerate it. Obviously, now we're in August. I'm very cognizant of Christmas and not wanting to disrupt. So if we can't get it out and safely and systematically understood before Christmas, it may be worth waiting until after Christmas. But we're working through that now.
I think last year it was Christmas too, and the year before. So let's hope that we only have one more. We didn't, Councillor Carroll. Secondly, the city precinct plan, and I really appreciate this. I think the strategy is well written, and I guess my next question is when the new plans will be rolled out. For example, 2-hour parking, or as Councillor Kerry suggested, moving the 30 minutes free. When will the community be able to see the city precinct plan?
We're actually working through potential timing now in conjunction with the resources we have available with the team. We're looking to repurpose material where we can to actually bring stuff forward. For example, we think we should be able to get through all of the regional parking plans and produce those fairly quickly. The city precinct will take a bit more effort, but we're looking to see what we can achieve this financial year, and as soon as we can, roll them out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Maria. I just thought I should ask a question on this, seeing I've been one of the chief antagonists around this particular topic, but I want to say thanks, obviously, to you for the work that's gone into it. I mean, I fully understand and accept that it's quite complex, and there's some things that have disappointed me in the past around motions and things like that we haven't quite got there. And obviously, when I was, as I said, quite vocal about this, it was obviously about understanding that we have a strategic document that's there, but it's obviously then what is implemented behind it that actually helps us to create a change in behaviour and better outcomes for community, because that's inevitably what it's about. So can you talk me through, past the stage of obviously the strategy, which sits there and has its purpose, just like the implementation or how that sort of plays out?
I think the implementation will be for the precincts be bespoke, and one of the things we're looking to do first is identify a school that's relatively simple to actually develop and test the principles behind the school precinct plan, for example, and try and do that this year and learn from it for future ones. The regional transport plan, the regional parking plan, they're quite well developed because the Chambers of Commerce and regional stakeholders got involved early in that, so that's why they will move quicker. Hospital plans, for example, St Vincent's did come back with detailed commentary on the area around their hospital, so that gives us a good basis to start developing a plan around there. So we're working through that time frame and what we can do to actually, as you say, develop recommendations that are bespoke to the precincts, but also address the conflicting needs of people who use it, people who visit there, and people who live there to get the best community outcomes we can. Acknowledging we can't create any more curb space, we have to do the best balancing act we can with the space we've got.
And if I can just follow to add to that, yeah, understand that. And I think that's why I just think it's just so important. We need this document and then the actions to come out of it to provide some clarity around parking. Not everybody's going to agree with it. We're well aware of that. But it needs to provide some sort of clarity and just a clear system that people can understand to get a better outcome to achieve what we want to achieve. So that's just a closing comment.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks for the report, Acting GM. So the last time this was at Council, it came back to Council for some workshops. This is my recollection anyway of it. We had at least two workshops, and then you and I caught up before today because I wasn't able to attend that second workshop. And one of the things that I've maintained the whole way through this conversation is that money raised from parking go back into parking, because there's feelings in the community that there's revenue raising that happens with council parking. And I believe that if people understood and believed that the money that they were fined wasn't going into consolidated revenue but was instead going back into parking, be it more lighting, better technology, more actual car parks or whatever it is, there's a lot of ways that we could be spending that money, that they would be more accepting. No one's ever going to like a parking fine, but they would be more accepting of that parking fine if they knew it's not going into revenue raising, it's going to go back into parking. And I have always felt that should be one of the pillars of actually what we're doing here. And if I go to page 10 of the strategy in attachment 1, I see that that's how that has actually been addressed in this document. It talks about how will this be achieved. Sorry, Deanne, if we could go to the one following page, page 10, thank you, how this will be achieved. And it's not a pillar anymore. It's what's basically before us on page 10. I'm concerned that's a bit of a departure for me of what we had, what I had advocated for, what we talked about. So can you talk me through that page 10 and how councillors would actually be able to keep a track of the money raised from parking, how that was being reinvested, what was being garnered, firstly, and secondly, how it was being reinvested into parking? How will we actually be able to have visibility of that money and where it's being spent?
Thank you, Councillor. The first dot point in there, establishing the process to enable transparent revenue costs for parking services, that is the key in terms of setting up a virtual business unit where all costs and revenue are captured and reported on in one place. We've done a piece of work previously in terms of looking at compliance, the costs of compliance, as well as the costs of running the systems we have now. And I think last financial year, the balance was about 200,000 positive in terms of what we actually made when you look at all the costs of doing parking. And the intent is to use that to then report in a virtual business unit. So we're not predetermining any changes that will come out of the form and function, but actually report. So it becomes transparent.
Follow on with that question, if I might, Chair, through you to the CEO. Sal, I can't see any reason why that information couldn't be made public once that's all up and running. Do you see any reason why that wouldn't be made public?
No, through you, Mayor. No, Deputy Mayor. I think if we progress down, and similar to the previous discussion around the aerodrome, and I won't say any more, but if I look at an arrangement where we have some commercial type entities, my view is that those, through transparency, we should be making those costs and any associated revenue fully transparent. And my view is that we would do that through the annual report process.
Okay, good, thank you. And one final comment, if I could, Chair, through you. So, Acting GM Marie, as the previous speakers have said, it is a broad strategy, and it then responsibility sits with us and yourself and your team. And so I think that one of the big things that I really hope going forward, if this is endorsed today, that there is the cultural intent that is behind this is also enacted. And I trust that that will come back to us and we'll have a really close working relationship, operational to councillors, to make sure that we're on the right track. Thank you.
Very good. Councillors, are there any other questions? Councillor Tim, sorry.
Chair, thank you, Marie. I just wanted to have a little conversation about the ease of use pillar of this strategy. I think it's great. Technology, to me, works best when it seamlessly integrates into your daily life without you having to try. And I don't think society has yet done that very well. I think even as a technological native, it makes life harder, remembering apps and passcodes and all of that. So I believe that this app at present is clunky and hard, and we're going to go on a journey to make this a really easy, user-friendly customer interface to use. But can I take the ease of use a little bit further to my question? That ease of use, firstly, you've got to know clarity on how long you've got. Is this half an hour? Is this 2 hours? Or can I stay here for 8 hours? Clarity of time is a huge thing of ease of use. When you get out of the car and you don't have your app, walking sometimes 200 metres to find one of those little pay towers doesn't make it ease of use. So more of them would help with ease of use. But my question, I suppose, in all of this is, tech is awesome, but the way our society moves, it outdates very quick. And we're a large organisation that by the time this is implemented and taken out and the latest tech filters down to the consumer, society will have moved on quickly. And when you buy the latest computer or the latest car with all the tech, by the time you drive it out of the dealership, there's already a newer thing there. So I suppose the question is, how do we keep ease of use at a forefront? That technology is changing so rapidly. Large businesses like ours often struggle to keep up with this. How do we future-proof ease of use in this strategy?
I think if anyone can crack that, they'll crack everything. From my perspective, it's about keeping an eye on the market and what's happening in other jurisdictions and working with our partnership, but also listening to consumers in terms of what their experiences are and being ready and agile to move and update. I went through this in Brisbane, updating from one platform to another because the platform we had became outdated and difficult to use. And we incentivised adoption of the new platform when we moved to the new platform. That's still in place, but it's just market scanning and keeping up to date and listening to feedback and being ready to move when we need to.
Thanks very much. Well, councillors, the motion is before us. The council approve the draft Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy 2026 Attachment 1 for immediate finalisation. I've got a mover and Councillor Carroll. A seconder, Councillor Edwina.
Can I?
Councillor Trevor. Those in favour?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Melissa? Okay. Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Marie. Say well done to you. Okay, we move to 12.5 and I understand Nick Hauser is the author of this one, GM, and Jamie will be assisting. This is the review of regulatory frameworks relating to temporary homes, caravans and tiny homes. Welcome to you, Nick. Put that out there. And welcome to you, Sonia, as well. You for extra backup as well from a planning and place perspective. Thank you. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Yes, this is a bit of a team effort, this one. This report's been prepared in response to representations received from sections of the community regarding caravans, temporary homes and tiny homes. Officers have reviewed the current regulatory framework and, as the report outlines, the position is more complex than simply changing a local law. A range of local government and state government legislation applies, including local laws, the planning scheme, building and plumbing legislation. Council does not have control over all aspects of those frameworks. The purpose of today's report is not to recommend a particular solution or amendment, rather is to seek Council's direction as to whether it wishes officers to undertake further work to better understand the issues, opportunities and constraints associated with alternative housing models. And we are recommending that if Council wishes to proceed, the first and most practical step is to commence a review of subordinate local law number 1.3, establishment or occupation of a temporary home 2020 and undertake a councillor workshop to better understand council's expectations and then return a future report to council with findings, options and recommendations for council's consideration to propose to amend to make amendments to that local law. So councillors, I commend the report to you. There are subject matter experts in the room with far deeper knowledge of this topic than me, and we will answer your questions.
So we've got a compliance team, but also the place team as well, from a positioning of planning and where these things go. So very much appreciate you being here, Sonia, as well. Questions in regard to this motion? Any questions? Councillor Kerry?
Just interested in the popularity of cabins for very short-term stays that you see becoming more popular nowadays. Would they, I know I've never been in one, but I presume they're either one room or perhaps two, I don't know. But would they be the subject of this consideration as well? And do we have any rules in Toowoomba at the moment for such ventures which seem to would be favouring the tourist industry?
I'll have a go at answering the question, but others might help me out. The intent of this report is not to target those very short-term stays and accommodation and tourism opportunities. This is more around addressing, housing issues. It's arisen in relation to the length of stay allowed under the local law in relation to caravans, and they can only be occupied for a short period of time. Those cabins and smaller homes are dealt with as a land use matter under the planning scheme, but there are broader legislative frameworks that need to be observed as well. But Sonia, you've come to the front of the room. Did you want to add anything or no? All good.
Can I maybe, Councillor Kerry, through the chair, in relation probably just to the question around the use of homes in regards to tourism or Airbnb, there is also a broader issue here that those homes actually do play a really important role in some of the other matters that are dealt with, particularly in domestic violence situations as well, where an individual can actually have access to a home very quickly and without necessarily being made aware that they are in that property. So we have to be very cautious around this view that Airbnbs are taking up homes. They actually play a very important role in the whole fabric and society of the way these things are handled. So we need to be cautious that we don't exclude some of those potential options that are available for people in need, and it may not be from a homeless perspective.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. No.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, General Manager Nick, and thank you also to Jamie and Sonia. We have met with members of the community who have really wanted this for a long time, so thank you very much for bringing forward the report and being on top of it, basically. So we are in the midst of a housing crisis, and I hear from the community two arms to this, that there is definitely the need for people who need to have safe accommodation, and then there's also people who choose to live in a way that is, say, really minimalistic. And our current bylaw doesn't really provide in either instance for that. So I think that from what we hear, this is a complex piece of legislation, and we've got compliance and planning here, and it's been eye-opening for me to actually understand some of those complexities. And I think if we go into it understanding that it has to be done right, that would support this review. And to my mind, the report talks about that the safety of people and doing it in a safe way, and that can be taken in a couple of ways, but that to me is very compelling. So I think there are some more questions, but I actually just am very grateful for this report. I'm grateful that the review has been brought from the officers, and at the appropriate time I'd like to move. Thanks, Chair.
Very good. Councillor Tim, question?
Chair, thanks. Ditto, actually, a lot of those comments that were made. We do have a housing crisis. We do have a homeless issue, and we're going to be pulling whatever levers are available to us. But this is, as has been said, I think twice now, it seems like a simple issue, but it's actually very complex. And the more I read it, the more complexity it gets, and the more issues that we as a council have to deal with in something that seems like a simple raising of the hands. And so that's coupled with, when you start looking at caravans and tiny homes, we've got building codes that are out of our council's permit because it's a national building code, right? So no matter where you build, you can't just bypass that code, right? There are a lot of issues with things like plumbing, and we have one public dump point in this city. So do we need to start investing a lot more money into infrastructure like dump points for the extra use of caravans? So it has all these flow-on effects, and I'll say it again, a very complex amount of issues. That's coupled with, to change our local law is not an easy task. It's a 10-step simple guide that takes, in effect, years to do. Right, and I have seen it done in this room a couple of times. 1 or 2 times we've actually gone through the whole 10 steps, and a few times we've gone to about step 3 and realised that it's not what we thought on the surface, and we've actually stopped it there. So I think you've got to come back to us at most of those 10 touch points, right? So by the time we do 10 steps, it might be a couple of years, it might be a different thing, or this is keeping in mind, I think we have this need, but these local laws, we might invest a lot of officer time into it and find we can't actually do anything. So I just want to question to that is, it's great to do these things provided we can do them, but is this something that can actually make positive change for the community?
Yeah, happy to take.
I'll have first go. Thanks, Councillor Tim. I don't think this is amending the local law is a process that will take a couple of years. I don't think it will take that long. You mentioned 12 months. It's possible it'll take that long. I think if we apply enough resources to it, we can possibly do it a little bit quicker than that too. You're right, there are 10 steps, but some of those things will happen concurrently. So for example, steps 1 and 2, we would, which is to prepare and sign a drafting certificate, and the other one's by resolution proposed to make the proposed subordinate local law. Before we arrive at that step, we would workshop with councillors, understand the drivers behind the change. We would mark up the current subordinate local law with the proposed changes that we think address the issues, and we would present that to you, and that would achieve both steps 1 and steps 2. And then we need to consult with the public about the proposed subordinate local law for 31 days. So that's the next step. So we would be out for public consultation. And then we would report back to council, and we would, I'm not going to go through each of these steps, but would achieve the next couple of steps where council decides if it is going to make the local law having regard to the submissions that it received through that consultation process. So some of those things will happen concurrently. And councillors, one of my favourite sayings in this room, and it's a great opportunity to say it in my last meeting here, anything's possible, just give us heaps more time and lots more money. So, if you throw resources at things, you can make them happen quicker. So, we can work through those, we can work through that exercise. I think that it is very complex. There are lots of things, moving parts to this, like you've outlined, and, talking about dump points is something that I hadn't even considered in relation to this matter. In my mind, those things are around tourism, promotion and activation, etc. However, the proposed path forward to commence an immediate review of the subordinate local law is a relatively simple task in the context of this matter to get started on and propose some changes.
Okay, any questions for Trevor or Melissa?
Just one. Do you want to go or I go?
No, you're right, Trev.
GM Nick, you've dismissed a year or so. How long do you think, if everything going right, we get our ducks in a row, which sometimes can be difficult? Can we have this up? Because we can't leave it linger and linger and linger. We need to get it up and mobile within a correct bylaws and goodness knows what. Is it going to be 6 months, 8 months?
Councillor Trevor, you're missing the benefit of the big grin on my face here, because I can make a statement now that I'm not going to be around to be held accountable for.
We know where you're going to be.
I'll have it to you next week. No, we have committed to have a report back to council by December this year, I think, is in recommendation 4. And I would hope that by then I would be aiming that we would achieve steps 1 and steps 2. So we would workshop with you, we would draft those changes, we would present to you around seeking a decision to propose to amend to make that subordinate local law. Now that's the time frame that I have in my mind. Depending on how smoothly that whole process goes, that should be achievable, but it might need some additional time. And I think that from start to finish, 12 months is achievable, but I would challenge the team to try and do that, within a couple of months shorter than that. But 12 months would be an indicative time frame in my mind.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Trevor. Thank you. Councillor Bill.
Just through you, Chair, Nick. It's always a bit of a sweet spot, the concurrent items running beside each other. Like, you never go out with a blank piece of paper and say, what do you want? That's dangerous. It'll take 2 years. But on the same token, for this room to be advised from some expert input in different sectors that are doing stuff, like the tiny home stuff, like, some innovative things that are happening out there, not just in our community, but in other communities, that I think is a really important timing piece for us to then go forward and formulate the policy, the new local law, and having a sort of a broader understanding of local laws and the complexities. Yeah, so it's a bit of a work of art.
Through you, Chair, if I could, I would also say, Councillor Bill, this is a complex matter, and if we bog down in all of the complexities and try and resolve them all before we make any progress, we won't see any progress for a long time. But if we can pick off the low-hanging fruit, if I can use that phrase, and there are some simple changes we can make. We could do those and then come back and continue to work on the more complex matters and whilst we get some early runs on the board.
Thank you. I'll close the questions, and we have a mover in Councillor Rebecca, second from Councillor Tim. The motion before us is as up on the screen. Anyone need to go into debate? If not, put the vote. Those in favour? Trevor?
In favour.
Melissa?
In favour.
In favour.
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well done, team.
Thanks for your input, Jamie, and Sonia, putting that together.
Well done.
Thanks, Nick. Councillors, we move to item number 13, which is matters for which notice has been given. Councillor Rebecca, this is a motion for not using drinking water at new data centres in the Toowoomba region. Very topical at the moment across state and federal. In fact, it's all over the place. So I'll hand over to you, Councillor Rebecca, if you wanted to read through the motion initially.
Thanks, Chair. So, councillors, the title of this is not using drinking water at new data centres in Toowoomba region. There's three parts to the motion. That Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer to draft an industrial water use policy for Council's review and endorsement that achieves the following outcomes. A, prohibit the use of potable reticulated drinking water to be used in the operation of data centres connected to the water supply network. B, compliance with this policy must be demonstrated on consideration of any new connections to the water supply network. 2, be presented with this draft policy for consideration on or before the ordinary meeting of Council to be held in February 2027. And 3, write to the Queensland Government and Commonwealth Government regarding Toowoomba Region's desire that recycled water be included for new data centres in emerging data centre legislative frameworks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. You happy to? We'll get it on the table. You happy to move that? Have a seconder, Councillor Tim. Second.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you were happy to second as well. Anyway, we've got Councillor Tim. Sorry, let's grab that first. Councillor Rebecca, would you like to just talk to this, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, councillors, this motion is something that has been spoken about by us a bit. And it's really about protecting our drinking water. We know that there is a proliferation of data centres happening nationally, and that's underpinned by the surge in artificial intelligence. And there's emerging legislative frameworks being contemplated by the federal government as well as state and territory governments. Now, I drafted this at the start of last week, so the notes that you'll see on the board actually say that to date, those conversations have mostly concentrated around energy use and consumption. Last Friday, the Water Ministerial Council actually met as well, and the use of drinking water and water in general for data centres was on their agenda. So it is something that just as recently as Friday is also being discussed at that federal and state level as well. So we've been told by the Manager of Economic Development that Council is receiving approximately 2 inquiries each week for data centre proponents. And this should come as no surprise to us because Toowoomba Region's industrial land has been pitched nationally as an opportunity for manufacturing and industry, especially as South East Queensland runs out of industrial land. Data centres generally are thirsty and they use large amounts of water in their cooling processes. Sydney Water has projected that water usage for data centres in Sydney could reach 250 megalitres a day by 2035, and that's more than the entire drinking water needed for Canberra. Data centre proponents are optimistic that technological advances will reduce water use in the future, and that some of that technology already exists. For example, there are closed loop systems that reduce the need for water consumption, but they're not being widely used. I think that we are really uniquely placed here in Toowoomba region to take a national lead on requiring that drinking water not be used by the new data centres. And that's because we have this prime industrial land, we own our water infrastructure, we provide drinking water to our residents, and most importantly, we have a personal and very deeply felt connection to water, having lived through some devastating droughts. I just want to talk about the timing of this. So it's really important, the timing of this motion, because while the state and federal legislation is being contemplated, a proponent for a data centre could submit a development application to council for consideration. At that point, we wouldn't, in the absence of this motion, have a policy framework to direct what we want to have done with those data centres and water use. So instead of waiting and being reactive to a specific project, once it's been lodged, this motion's about being proactive. And it has been run through legal. I thank General Manager Ed and General Manager Jake for their work on this. And I also have confirmation from the Acting General Manager of Corporate Services in his other substantive role that there are no live development applications for data centres in Toowoomba region currently. So the timing is perfect. We have had a data centre here in Toowoomba region for almost a decade. It's one of those ones that uses the closed loop technology. And according to the Chronicle this morning, it was sold earlier this year to Centuria. And Centuria has a $22 billion portfolio under management. So we have spoken for some time about using recycled water for industry and how it's not ideal to use drinking water to do things like dust suppression and washing down heavy manufacturing. But purple pipes, as we all know, are expensive. And so while we can't afford necessarily to put in those purple pipes, there is also an opportunity here for some of these big companies that have those big pockets to be able to afford some of that infrastructure that would be needed for the recycling water. And there is an argument to be put forward that ratepayers, they shouldn't have to foot the bill for that recycled water infrastructure when it is being used to such a large extent by one particular industry. Anyone who was at the National General Assembly a few months ago knows how much of an issue this is for communities across the country. And our community in particular knows how precious water is. So I would say that we know our community best, and we can go to our community and talk to them about using drinking water for its highest and best use, which is for people and not machines, especially as we are potentially heading into another drought. So I commend the motion to my colleagues and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We've got a mover and a seconder. Any questions? Councillor Bill and Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Beck or to Sal, who will be the architect of the policy formulation moving forward, I guess, for it to come back to council. Just a thought I had in as we approach this, that we would need to turn our minds to the term that is becoming more prevalent, forever chemicals, and that closed loop system that you talk about, and when, if and when there is a finite point at which that whatever they use has to be disposed of, what is it? How is it? Does it get disposed of? So I'm talking, and I raise it specifically now, that we keep our minds open to what are the likely risks around that, because a lot of those coolants, as we know, are surfactants. They exist in every radiator in our car now. So there are varied and multiple forms of that, and they're used in many different applications throughout our environment. I mean everything around us. So maybe we just need to be informed or mindful of that as we push headlong into this. And look, I absolutely agree. We need to be on the front foot. But at the other end, let's just be as certain as we can what that looks like and how do we deal with that stuff if we need to, or those data centres, or it might be any industry for that matter.
Through you, Mayor, thank you, Councillor Bill. It's probably the reason why we had requested that we'd have that time to do this work appropriately, and working with the Deputy Mayor, that timeframe to come back in February allows Matt and the team in water to really drill down to the things that you're talking about, Councillor Bill. So we do have a fully informed position when we come back to the room on those matters, which I'm sure Matt could probably comment on, but in terms of time, we'll take on board as a comment.
Councillor Melissa, I'll come to you. Councillor Kerry first, and then Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Just two questions. You mentioned a meeting last week. Was there any outcome or decision made relevant to the motion?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Shine. So local government is represented on that ministerial council by two Queenslanders, actually, from the Australian Local Government Association, including the Gladstone Mayor, Matt Burnett, and who is the president of both the LGAQ and ALGA. So I was provided through him with the Water Ministerial Council communique. It's 2 pages, but the parts, I suppose, that are most relevant in terms of this is that, and I'll just read directly from it. Ministers noted the work underway by the Commonwealth to establish a set of Australian standards for AI with mandatory requirements for large AI data centres that would include minimum standards relating to the use of water. Ministers noted the Commonwealth will undertake engagement and collaboration with states and territories and local government in the development of the Australian standards in order for the standards to be introduced as legislation in 2027. With Queensland dissenting, ministers agreed to a minimum set of requirements for all data centres, including minimising water use, building operational resilience in the face of changing climate, meeting water efficiency standards and reporting water use transparently, and paying their share of water infrastructure costs to ensure other water users don't foot the bill. With Queensland dissenting, ministers also agreed to the Australian principles for sustainable water use for AI and data centres to support these requirements. The Northern Territory, whilst not in position to agree to the principles that day, committed to continuing to work collaboratively with the Commonwealth to ensure water use associated with data centres is managed sustainably and efficiently into the future. With Queensland dissenting, ministers agreed that the principles be considered by National Cabinet. Now, I suppose the thing that stands out in that is with Queensland dissenting, apart from the communique, the conversations that happen in that council are confidential. So the reason for Queensland's dissent may not actually be tied to what we're talking about today. It might be more about that interrelation between federal legislation and state legislation. So that's yet to play out, but I think what it shows is that local government has a really strong place in all of this, and that the conversation nationally, because we are a dry country, is headed in this direction, which I would say further reiterates why we should be doing this today.
And at any rate, the federal government is likely to do something about it in the meantime. Yeah. The second question, just looking at the paragraph 3, the second last line, you referred to recycled water. In the common parlance, recycled water often means potable recycled water. I'm just wondering, would you consider including the words non-potable, potable, before the word recycled water, just to make it absolutely clear?
I see no problem with that because it wouldn't change the intent, but I've been really careful to try and work with the subject matter experts in this, and if I could just ask the acting general manager if that would change anything at all. No, nothing. That's fine. Happy with that change.
Thank you.
Second, are you happy with that as well? Tim, you were happy with that? Good. That's it for you, Councillor Kerry? Yes, thank you. Okay, Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this motion to the table. As we all know, Toowoomba has a history of drought and limited water resources, so Council should establish its policy position before a major water-intensive data centre application arrives, rather than responding after the fact. As you've already stated, potable drinking water should not be used for industrial purposes. Why would the policy apply only to data centres rather than major industrial water users generally? The motion is already titled Industrial Water Use Policy, yet its proposed prohibition specifically targets data centres. The report acknowledges that other industries already use potable water for things such as dust suppression and machinery washdown. So to me, that raises a legitimate policy question. Should the draft policy apply only to data centres rather than all major industrial users? I'd like to see the draft extend further to encompass other industrial users to enable TRC be on the front foot for the industrial use of this precious commodity. Is that something that you would consider?
Okay, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor, for the question. And while I appreciate your line of thinking, I'm not inclined to change the direction of this particular motion, because this motion is specific to data centres, and that is what the emerging industry is. The title in the industrial water use policy is one that I suppose is broad, you're right, but the specifics that are mentioned in the actual motion, parts A and B, and then part 3 is related in particular to data centres. I think the bigger picture, industrial use more generally, brings into question a whole different range of factors that it wasn't the intent of this motion to contemplate.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I take on board what you've said, and again, I applaud you bringing this to the table, but I think having the title as industrial, what have I got? Sorry, I've just lost the, what do you call it? The industrial
water use policy? Is that what you're trying to...
Thank you. I just can't, trying to switch between Teams meeting and pages is not easy.
That's okay, we appreciate you being online. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, should we possibly make the title a little bit more succinct to data centres, and then at another time look more broadly at an industrial water users policy? Because I think by having it entitled as in, you know, the industrial water users policy is a little bit misleading, and if you want it for data centres, I think it needs to be more succinct to that, my thinking.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Matt Torr, the acting GM, is here as part of the subject matter expert, so he might be able to shed some light on the wording and the legislative requirements.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, councillors. So in relation to the question of the title of Industrial Water Use Policy, I would propose that as part of the development of that policy, we do look somewhat broader, but focus heavily on the intent of the motion, which relates to data centres. However, in the broader policy development context, we would look at what opportunities there are around managing industrial water use more generally. There are mechanisms under the Water Supply Safety and Reliability Act, such as water efficiency management plans, which we could start to have some policy position around, and that would help us more generally when it comes to industrial water use into the future.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Sorry, Acting General Manager, Matt.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Edwina.
Thanks, Chair. And this is probably for Acting GM Matt as well. Just should this get approved, or actually probably more CEO, should this get approved, can we also consider bore water as well? I hear, I've heard a number of, after speaking to a number of farmers, some of the wind farms have dropped bores to pour the concrete for the foundations of their wind turbines, and these bores have since run dry. So I guess just in the whole scheme of things, not only the non-potable, I know we're talking about that now, but to consider bore water and its impact as well, please.
Maybe through you, Mayor, and then I'll let the Deputy Mayor, but can I maybe caution the room that we don't go too broadly on this and actually suicide one of the key principles that we are trying to achieve in this region, which is growth. I think to the Deputy Mayor's motion, she's been quite specific around a particular type of use. I would really appreciate the opportunity to do the work and come back to you in February with the analysis on that. I'm just cautious that we don't send the wrong message. There's a very clear message being communicated at a national level through the discussion at a ministerial around the concerns around the utilisation of water in high-intensity data centres. I think being on the front foot of that is important. We will consider the other aspects, but I'm just cautious that we don't broaden this motion too broadly before we've done the analysis, if that's okay.
And I'm not suggesting we broaden the motion. I just want to make sure that we consider it when we are doing our review. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor. Any other questions? If not, the motion is before us. We've got the mover, obviously, is Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Tim. Did you want to make any other comments?
I don't need to sum up. I just wanted to stress one point. Again, it's in regard to the timing, and part 2 of the motion stipulates on or before February 2027. So that's again been done in collaboration with the officers who have said it at most will take that long, but because again, the time sensitivity of this, and we're really trying to work against the clock, it may come back to us sooner as well.
Okay, we have a motion before us there. Anyone like to go into debate? Trevor or Melissa?
No, I'm fine.
No, okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, we'll put the motion. I don't propose to read that out again. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
In favour.
Yes.
Carried. Yes and yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Matt. Appreciate you being here. Item number 14, councillors, is there any other business council determines by resolution, basically general business? There's no general business. Councillors, I propose that if you're comfortable, we push on and deal with the earlier matter, which is the one that was laid on the table. In respect to those who have joined us in the meeting and those online who are particularly interested in this, we'll be able to put forward an alternate motion with reasons, and therefore Councillor Edwina, Councillor Tim and Councillor Rebecca, if you'd like to leave the room for this period of time. For your own purposes, we will adjourn the meeting at the conclusion of this as well, so no need for you to come back in. We'll adjourn the meeting and catch up after this. Thanks. Welcome back, Ben and Joe. Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Carl, happy to refer to you in regard to this, and you should have some wording, Deanne or Kate. Welcome to you, Kate, too, trainee. Good to have you here. Councillor Carl, happy to hand over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Worked through this, and I'll just read it out for the benefit of those who are listening online. And that is that Council refuse development application RAL-2025-5915 on the grounds that 1, the development does not comply with the below listed assessment benchmarks and cannot otherwise be conditioned to comply. A, conflicts with 8.2.2 bushfire hazard overlay code, specifically .1, overall outcome 8.2.2a, development does not increase the exposure of people and property to an unacceptable bushfire hazard risk. Point 2, overall outcome of 8.2.2f, the reconfiguration of land appropriately responds to bushfire hazard, having regard to the appropriate siting of future development and access for evacuation. And point 2, the consequences of approving the development are not in the public's interest to advance the purpose of the Planning Act 2016. And 3, there are otherwise no relevant matters which warrant approving the development despite these conflicts. So I put that as a...
Councillor Carl, happy to move that?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, please.
Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Sorry, Trev. Bit slow on the uptake there.
That's all right.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Councillors, is there any need to go into debate? Councillor James, going into debate. Therefore, question first? Yeah, sure. Councillor Kerry.
Just in relation to clause 3, there are no relevant matters which warrant approving the development despite these conflicts. What's the need for that clause to be included?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Chair, obviously being an impact accessible application, we need to consider relevant matters as part of the decision-making process for that. So to the extent that these are considered in the DA framework from a decision validity perspective, it's recommended that we include these in the reasons, and both points 2 and 3 are standard in terms of grounds for refusal. It guess broadly, it just gives clarity that council's considered relevant matters, but are not persuaded that they're strong enough to overcome the reasons for refusal.
Any other questions? Now we've gone to questions. Councillor Melissa or Councillor Trevor? If not,
No question.
Okay. Councillor Bill, we've got, we're in debate, so I'll ask you to speak first and then you can reserve your right.
Right, yes.
Okay. Councillor James, against?
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I actually appreciate that. Look, I just want to take this opportunity. I'm not here to debate the outcome. I understand where this is going, and I respect that. But I suppose I just wanted to use this as an opportunity, I suppose, to just explain probably the position that I've landed in, and mainly I want to do that because obviously we all know this is one that is quite contentious. So I'd hope that I can put forward my reasoning, and equally as I respect everybody's position in the community as to why they're against it. I just hope by the end of this they can respect the position, I suppose, of where I'm coming from, just purely because I anticipate the avalanche, obviously, of email and threat and social media, and again through the media there will be minimal in terms of, and it'll just obviously paint myself as the person who's voted against that. So I appreciate Councillor Carl the opportunity to speak. So I do want to start by acknowledging the many people that have contacted me and everyone in regards to this application, because as I said, it is a contentious proposal. After last Tuesday, I actually had a close friend that texted me asking me about it, and they said to me, well, you guys are stuffed whichever way you go. No one's going to be happy as an outcome as a result of this one. And I thought that's probably pretty true. So I just want to say to those, and I know there's only minimal left in the room, but obviously many to be watching, that from the outset, I certainly have listened. I've read all of the correspondence that's been sent to us, which is piles of, and appreciate that. I've also received, obviously, correspondence from people who have supported the development. So I certainly haven't come into this position unaware of the concerns, and I certainly haven't dismissed them. Look, I understand the concerns around bushfire safety, and obviously I asked numerous questions around it myself. I understand the concerns around vegetation, koala habitat, environmental covenants. I understand the concerns around site stability, potential landslips, things like that. I understand the concerns around stormwater drainage and traffic. And I understand why people who live in this area are passionate about it and what happens around them. look, none of these are trivial issues by any stretch. But I think the important distinction that I want to make here is that the question before us has never been about whether the risks or concerns exist. The question is whether this particular development has appropriately addressed those risks and whether it complies with the planning requirements that apply to it. And I think that's a distinction that's important, because just because something is zoned residential, which this is, that doesn't mean that it automatically gets approved. But equally, being zoned residential does mean that residential development is the intended use of that particular parcel of land. So I take this position because I think it's our responsibility to consider the proposal that actually sits before us, determine whether it satisfies the planning framework and everything that applies to it. And having considered all that information before me, I believe that it does. And as I said, I spoke a lot about bushfire risk and accept that this is an area where bushfire needs to be taken extremely, extremely seriously. But I just don't think it's reasonable for us to simply say there's a bushfire risk, therefore there can be no development, because if that was the approach, we wouldn't need a planning framework to assess development areas where bushfire risk exists. And in fact, if it goes the way that assume we're going, I think that's the next big question for us as a council. If we have a position that what risk is as Councillor Carl said earlier, is our intended level of risk, we need to work on the framework so that we're never putting this, anybody, whether you agree with it or not, is put into this particular positions again. So, and the other point I probably just wanted to make in regards to this is, I think as councillors, we've got this responsibility to consider the expert advice and evidence that's been presented to us. So it's not necessarily substituting that for our own personal assessment or trying to challenge, I guess, appropriately qualified professionals. But I think there is another important point here that potentially we missed, is that this is a proposal before us that it's not necessarily the maximum development that could have been pursued on this land. And that to me is another consideration I took into account, because between working with the applicant, working with submitters, working with council officers, changes and alterations were certainly made to fit the constraints which are presented on this particular parcel of land. Look, I respect that people can look at the same proposal, you can consider the same information and you can reach a different conclusion. That's reasonable. But as I said from the outset, what I hope is the same respect can be extended to councillors, probably myself in the solo in this case, who've reached a different example, because unfortunately in our job we can't make everybody happy. And one of the first things I was told in one of my first days, former councillor Chris Tate said to me, James, if everybody loves you, you're doing a bad job. If everybody hates you, you're doing a bad job. So that's the reality of what we work in. But I believe our job's to make the best decision we can within the framework that's been established for us. And there's an analogy I keep coming back to here, councillors, and everybody knows obviously I have a love and a background in sport. In sport, the referee doesn't get to change the rules because they don't like the way a particular game is being played. The rules are established well before the game actually starts. The referee's responsibility is to administer those rules. And I believe this is a similarity with our role, to be honest, as councillors. That's the situation we are. We have to assess against the rules we've got. We have a planning framework, we have legislation, we have technical assessments, we have expert advice, we have conditions, which we've seen in this case that have been altered and changed, that can certainly be applied. And we have an application before us that has been assessed against those requirements. So it's our responsibility to apply that framework fairly. So just in summary, I just want to say again to those residents who've contacted me and obviously a strong opposition to this, so I sincerely respect your opposition. I sincerely do. And many of whom around the room that have been in the back, I know and have a deep level of respect for and have been involved with in different walks of life in the past. So I have a deep level of respect for your position that you've taken on board this. I respect the local knowledge that people have shared, respect the concerns that have been raised. And I do genuinely appreciate people taking time to contact their elected reps and participate in the democratic process if it means you care, which is really important. So I hope, in summary, I can sort of say I've listened, I understand the concerns, I've taken them extremely seriously, but I still have arrived at a different conclusion, and that's what I've done here. I'm not expecting you to agree with me. I'm not expecting you to for me to sway you. But as I said, just respect that that's the position I've taken, considering the objections, considering the framework and everything that is before us. And having done that, I feel that this application has appropriately responded to the requirements that have been placed upon us. And that's why I reach this position, because I think, in closing, all I'll say is that I think in this case, our job isn't to decide whether we like a development. The job we have is to decide whether the development before us satisfies the rules that apply to it. And in my humble opinion, I believe that it does. And I know that won't make everybody happy, and I'll say it again, I'm genuinely sorry to those who will be disappointed in my position, but I just hope that even those, if you disagree with me, you can understand that this is a decision that I've made with listening, with considerable consideration and with a lot of respect. So, Chair, I just want to say, and again, Councillor Carl, thank you for giving me that opportunity to speak as well.
Thanks very much, Councillor James. Speaker in favour of the motion? Oops. Trevor or Melissa? Councillors Melissa or Trevor?
No.
Okay.
It's okay.
Councillor Bill, go to sum up with you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor James. I do respect your views and position on this. I think for the majority of us, if I can humbly use that phrase, this is about the word mitigate, and I don't think, as in point in section A.1, overall outcome development does not increase exposure of people and property to unacceptable bushfire hazard risk. So there will be more people living in this area, therefore there's more potential risk. And, the human side of us all has to ask ourselves the question, can we really say unequivocally, categorically, that there is no risk in pursuing development alongside of a bushfire overlay and other critical overlays, and specifically, this one tends to be subjective from the very technicians, fors and against. So for me, putting this forward, I think there's somewhat a subjective view, and we can't be ironclad. And I think we've got to be really, really careful moving forward as population increases. And I do agree with you, Councillor James. We actually have to be clear and definitive about how we approach this within the legislative framework. But I also think it's bigger than this topic. I think we collectively as a local government, one of 77 in this state and one of in the nation, have to get serious about the pushback of how things are pushed to local government to make decisions, and we have to then take up the whole of life costs around bushfire management, for example, and that. So our state planning provisions, in my view, are found wanting, and this is something moving forward in the interest of the public generally we need to pursue and advocate for. So that's my reasons for putting it forward. I hope you support this proposal or this recommendation, colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bill. The motion is before us, and I propose to read it out again. We've got a mover in Councillor Bill. Who was the second? Councillor Carroll. Yeah, second, Councillor Carroll. Those in favour, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Councillor Trevor.
Yes.
Councillor Melissa.
Yes.
So that motion is carried.
No.
Sorry, what was that, Melissa?
No, not in favour.
Okay, so we'll do that again. So those in favour, we do have to record these actually. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill, Councillor Kerry and Councillor Trevor. Is that right? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and those against? Councillor James, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Melissa and myself. That's 4-3. Motion is carried. Thank you. Very good. So, councillors, happy for someone to adjourn. Councillor Shine. Meeting adjourned and will return at 1:10. Seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Carried. We'll return at
Yes.
1:10. Thanks. See you back at 1:10, Councillor Melissa and Councillor Trevor. turn up at the same time that all that happened. So welcome back, councillors, to the August ordinary meeting of council. Item number 16.1. Item number 16 is 15. Sorry, is the closing the meeting to the public for 16.1, which is the confidential Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Could I have someone move? We go into close. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried. Trev?
In favour.
In favour. Thank you.
In favour.
Thank you. We'll resume the meeting then after the closed session of the CEO's monthly report. We then move to the motion, which is quite simply that the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Seconded by Councillor Trevor.
Yep.
Okay, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Trev. Group reports are up to now. Item 17, and councillors, we have slightly adjusted the running order. 17.4 will come after 17.5. Okay, now over to you, Ben, in regard to the Planning and Development Group report. And welcome, and thank you again for your work so far in your acting role.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And yes, 24 hours into acting in a very busy 24 hours indeed. Councillors, I will take the report as read, but happy to take any questions, noting I do have some on notice from Councillor Shine. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in relation under the heading in the group report of place, under CBD feasibility study, can you give a brief description of what this study is and what it hopes to achieve? Might be of interest to the people listening as well.
Thanks, Councillor Shine, and through the Chair. The CBD feasibility study, as you noted, is a body of work being undertaken by our Place branch at the moment. That body of work is really to explore investment opportunities associated with entertainment precinct outcomes identified from our CBD master plan. So the focus of the project is really to understand the potential market for entertainment facilities, such as hotel accommodation, function, conference, venue type spaces that complement the existing entertainment facilities in the CBD, such as the Empire Theatre. Councillors and key stakeholders will be consulted through the project, particularly over the coming months.
It's still early days in relation to it.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. The second question is under economic incentives policies. With respect to the 4 dealing with dual occupancy, what criteria do they possess enabling them to be considered for incentives?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. So those 4 that you've mentioned have all been lodged and, as you've said, are dual occupancies. Dual occupancies are available for incentives under our policy 2.84, which is our medium density residential development incentive policy. So that policy has been in place for over 12 months. Essentially, any dual occupancies within the urban charge area identified in Council's charges resolution are eligible for discounts. So provided that they're in the charge area, they're obviously a dual occupancy for which a decision notice has been issued and an infrastructure charges notice has been issued, we can provide incentives under the policy.
I take it we've adopted that because of the housing shortage issues at the time, but still exist, I suppose. Likewise with policies 280 and 284 as well. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shine, and again through the Chair. So policy 284, I'll probably just run down. That's our medium density residential development policy. So that's for dual occupancies as well as multiple dwellings, so townhouses, apartments and the like. Policy 2.80 is our non-residential development policy. So the intent of that really is to incentivise those commercial and industrial type developments. So just to I guess run you through the criteria there at a high level, any material change of use within the Toowoomba Regional Council urban charge area, provided that it's a commercial bulk goods type development, industry or high impact industry development, and provided that it creates more than 10 full-time equivalent dwellings, makes it eligible for an incentive. The second form of development that's available for incentives under that policy at present are for RAL developments where industrial uses are envisaged. So that would be a subdivision, for example, that's on land zone for industry, so high impact industry, medium impact industry, etc. So both of those use types have, I guess, a different percentage that can be applied as a discount, and then a different maximum cap depending on the type of development.
If I might just follow on there, with respect to the requirement to have 10 employees, is that checked upon or checked by council at what what evidence is given at the beginning, and then is there any ongoing surveillance in that regard?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the question, and it is. So the way our incentive policies work is that proponents fill out an incentive application form. As part of that application form, there is a requirement specifically for this policy to provide evidence of tenancies, and then therefore provide, I guess, the full-time equivalent employee ratio associated with each of those tenancies. Essentially, each applicant then provides a declaration that aligns with the evidence that they supply, and then council officers will undertake an assessment to make sure it still aligns with the policy.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shine. Any other questions for Ben? Trevor, online?
I've just noticed Rolf Nominees Proprietary Limited versus Toowoomba Regional Council.
No,
Where are we
that's
at
in
with that?
Confidential, Trevor.
Confidential, okay. I will shut up then.
No, we're happy for you to bring it forward, but it just means we go into confidential.
Yeah, okay. I'll dismiss that. I'll ask it some other day somehow.
Fine. That's okay.
Okay.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions, Councillor Trevor?
No,
Okay.
it's all good.
Councillor Rebecca?
Chair, I'd like to discuss some of the matters, so I actually do propose that we move into confidential.
Can we deal with any other questions first? Councillor Carroll?
Through you to Ben, I note, coming from an area in a small community where it was almost, well, the whole amenity was ruined by too many dual occupancies in a street. Do we still have, and it was brought in after that happened, consideration of how many are together, because it's actually a doubling of cars and everything else at that time. Do we take that still into account, how many are in a particular street, and so as not to, I suppose, falsely change what the landscape is, despite whatever type of density it is? I can take you to two areas that have turned into not very nice areas simply because of the density of dual occupancies side by side by side. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question, and through the chair, it may be one I have to take on notice unless the Acting General Manager of Corporate Services wants to tackle this. I do know that when new developments come in, so say for a subdivision, if there is any provisions around a future material change of use for dual occupancies, that is specifically considered. But I would have to take on notice, again, unless the General Manager is happy to answer around how we tackle existing established areas or infill areas. I'll take it on notice, Councillor, and if you're happy with that, I'll circulate an email to you. Yep, thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. Maybe if you just circulate the email to all councillors so that we know that's right. Thank you. Are there any other council or questions outside of the confidential attachment number 2? If there's not, can I have a mover that we go into confidential to discuss attachment number 2? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour?
In favour.
Motion's carried.
Yep, in favour.
Thank you. Motion's carried. Go into Okay, we're back online now, councillors. So the motion before us for the Planning and Development Group report is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Councillor Tim, Councillor Bill, those in favour?
Yes.
Trevor? Thank you.
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Ben. Appreciate that. We move to Acting General Manager, Water and Waste, Matt Torr. Welcome, Matt, again. Not the first time we've seen you up here, so welcome back. Good on you. I'll hand over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Here to present the Water and Waste Services Group report for July. Happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Questions, councillors, for the Water and Waste? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks very much, Acting General Manager Matt. I let you know this one on notice, but last week and then today, but last week when we were considering the operational plan, we had a conversation about local spend and the percentages being down, and there was a conversation about Cresbrook Dam and the role it has to play in that very large project has to play in those numbers. And so, I mean, you talk about it in attachment 2, but can you go over us, please, if there is a specified local procurement spend specified in our alliance agreement, and if it's not a specified percentage, how are we making sure that local businesses are having an opportunity to get that $270 million project, the financial benefits kept within our patch?
So, through the Chair, so the development of the Alliance contract heavily incentivises the use of local spend in a financial sense. So every month there's aggregation of all of the expenditure for the project and a look at what the local expenditure is. To date, as identified in attachment 2, the local spend and direct construction costs is 38.1%, and we do expect that will increase as works start to commence over the coming months. In terms of the agreement with the Alliance, as I said, they're heavily incentivised to increase that spend significantly from that level, and that has a direct impact on their profit through the project, and that obviously encourages them to look at local suppliers who are able to support the construction works.
So effectively it's using our same procurement policies within the Alliance. Councillors, any other questions for Matt? Trev?
All good.
Thank you. Motion before us then, councillors, is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. A seconder? Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Trev?
In favour.
Unanimous.
In favour.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. 17.3 Infrastructure Services Group. Marie, welcome to you. Thanks very much. Again, you've been busy today too with different things, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to present the July 2026 Infrastructure Services Group report. I'll take the report as read and answer any questions, noting I have had one on notice from Councillor Shane.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. As per my email to you, Marie, under the heading Transport and Drainage Planning Project Services, do the best you can, are you able to provide an approximate estimate of time for the completion of, firstly, Perth Street Culvert upgrade, and secondly, Highfields Crutchkey and O'Brien Roads intersection upgrade? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Shane. Perth Street Culvert, we are targeting a completion date of March 2027. This project has been delayed by approximately 55 working days, triggered by that cultural find that we had. But what we've also done is now changed the sequencing to bring forward the targeted reopening of Perth Street. So that should be reopened before the end of the year, making it easier for residents to get around. But ultimately, March 2027 is when we're looking to complete that project. Highfields project, it's a bit more complicated, and that current completion timeframe is June 2028. The 30th of August, last Monday, saw a major milestone with the closure of Highfields Road and Kratsky Road intersections, and we received a thanks from Highfields Chamber for presenting at their AGM about the changes to the road network while the work moves forward.
If I could get a follow-on, Chair, the cultural find at Perth Street, can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Yeah, we found some wood buried underneath the concrete structure. It's turned out to be what they call a corduroy crossing, which is the old where the horses and traps used to get across the creeks. We're not required to do anything specific other than potentially bury it in place or very close to where it's been excavated. It's one of a few that's been located in Toowoomba region.
Good. Anything else from you, Councillor Shine? Nothing? Councillor Trevor?
Yes, please. Just a question, Acting GM Marie, regarding permanent road closure applications. We've got one here for 1 Railway Street, Toowoomba. It's in progress. Do you know anything about that, or?
Sorry, Councillor Trevor, I'll
Maybe,
have to take that one on notice. But it may be just a small, tiny bit of a road reserve, but I'll find out and share the information.
Yeah, because that is a busy little part of town there, so.
Thank you. Well, Marie, if you could send that through at some stage, just an update would be great. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Trev.
No, none from me.
Okay, if there's no further questions, councillors, the motion before us is the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, second by Councillor
Second.
Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Trev. Well done. All right, we'll now move to corporate services, item number 17.5. Councillors, the running order slightly changed to give Nick the, well, I guess what you'd call it, the victory lap or something like that. Righto. Ed, welcome to you, Acting GM, Corporate Services.
Councillors, it gives me great pleasure to table the July group report. I'm very happy to take that as read, acknowledging I have some questions on notice from Councillor Shine as well.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Shine, I'll go to you.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is under stakeholder engagement, rates were the highest number of calls, telephone calls. How did the number compare with the same period last year?
Thank you, Councillor. In the month, we received 1,189 calls relating to rates this year, and in the corresponding period last year, we actually received more at 1,473. So we are down on a one-year trend, if you will. Rates are still the highest topic, or that it's within the top 5 inquiries, alongside animal management, water leaks, wheelie bins, requests, payments and charges as a category, and that is comparable for last year as well.
That decrease in rates calls was notwithstanding the increase in rates at that period of time. My second question is under marketing and creative services, referring to the July campaign for staff recruitment, what are the results for mechanics and boilermakers?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Our reach for that went out to over 70,000 people, and it drove over 3,100 people to the jobs page on our website. And as a direct result of that campaign, or as a result of the campaign more broadly, the team received 50 applications. 23 of those were for mechanics and diesel fitters, and 27 for boilermakers. So that effort's ongoing, but a really strong response to that call out through the media campaign.
Yeah, that's very pleasing, bearing in mind the difficulty in getting some parts of the labour market. Thirdly, under financial services, I note that last year's staff turnover rate was 18.12%. I note for the year to date it's 23.25%. Noting only 1 month has elapsed, is there any concern at the increase? What was the percentage for July 2025?
The corresponding period in July 2025 was 10.97%. I think what it reflects is the variability in that, and relatively low shifts in actual numbers have quite big percentage swings. So at this stage, being 1 month into the year, we're not particularly concerned. It's not yet a trend. It's only one data point through that. We did have 7 employees retire in the month of July, and that would, I suspect, be a significant contributor to that being a little bit elevated.
Finally, looking at procure to pay, is 84% or 85% for payment of invoices within terms satisfactory? In other words, why don't we pay our bills within the required time?
Thank you, Councillor. A great question again through the chair. Our target for payment on time is 80% within that. So we are above, I guess, the target. I will note, however, we had, within the corresponding period of last year, we had 3,819 paid at 85% on time, if you will. This year we held at 84%, but a strong uplift in terms of the total transaction volume with 5,157 through this month. So an increase in workload for a corresponding 1% dip, I guess, in actual performance over that period. So still a strong result, but of course it is the aim of the staff to pay on time as often as we can. There are many reasons that we can't.
Well, including the requirement for explanation as to what the amount is for example.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. It's good to see the Net Promoter Score at 27. I don't think I've ever seen it that high. So, yeah, well done.
Ed's been in the job for 1 day, and well done. Ed, good on you. Yeah, you've done well. No, and look, I have my own personal view on Net Promoter Scores, particularly the way we do them. But I like the way you highlighted it, because often we highlight things of the negative, but that is a positive, so that's good. Observation in regard to numbers of invoices paid, it's also reflective in the local spend as well, which is 65%. So that's reflective of all of that activity, which is great. Trevor, anything from you?
Nothing at this stage. All going well. Well done, Ed. 1 day in the job. Awesome result.
You retire from this. It's his APR. Okay, if there's no further questions, councillors, the recommendation before us, the motion is that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Councillor Tim move. Councillor Edwina second. Those in favour?
In favour.
Okay, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Trev. And finally, for his last appearance as the General Manager of Environment and Community after close to 18 years, welcome to you, Nick Hauser. Nick, would you like to have it as read and have some questions first and foremost? Any questions, councillors? Councillor Edwina?
Yes.
Or Councillor Trevor, and then Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Trevor.
Nick, thank you for your service. I've only been in the role 2.5 years. You've got a huge role. Thank you for your service. But the question I sent through to you on notice, and then I've got a follow-up. Noise monitoring around circular communities. I noticed there's a noise monitoring system in place now. How long will that be in place for, if you're allowed to say, or is it going to be an ongoing thing? That's one part of the question. And is the circular communities shed building insulated?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor, and thank you for the advance notice around those questions. So we received some recent complaints regarding ongoing noise in the late evenings coming from the Torrington industrial area, not just necessarily specifically the plastics, but the industrial area. So we've engaged a service of acoustic engineers to undertake some noise monitoring, and that was undertaken over a period of 7 days initially, with a report of the findings to be provided to us within the next 2 weeks. And then dependent on those noise levels captured will determine our next steps. In relation to the second question about the building being insulated, no, it's not insulated because it's not a requirement of the development approval for the building to be insulated. So fairly straightforward answer to that question.
Straightforward answer, but it may help with noise if it is them. It could be other buildings as well. So because to me, this is going to be an ongoing issue when that new development comes online. So if they want to do the right thing, or I don't know how you do it, but insulating a building would help everyone, including themselves. That was a comment more than a statement.
Yeah, in response to that, I guess we await the outcomes of the monitoring that we've been doing, and if there is an issue there that needs to be addressed and they're having difficulty in addressing the issue, that might be something they need to consider, but we'll see what the results tell us first.
Okay.
Very good, thanks.
And just as a quick follow-up, thank you for doing the work at the Pittsworth Town Hall and the Pittsworth Senior Citizens Building. It's been an ongoing little issue there, and hopefully it rectifies what all the local community there were after.
Thank you. Yeah, Nick's receiving that accolade. Thanks very much. We'll take that as a
very good
comment. Okay, hand over now to Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, you're going to get the greatest hits today. General Manager Nick. 2, if I might, Chair. Firstly, attachment 2 and the applications under subordinate local law 1.12 and 1.14. How are we going with making the application online, doing all of those same things that we did with the planning and development industry traffic management work? And if you want to give a commitment for that to be online in the next couple of months, now would be the time to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. We're engaged with a software provider to assist us with moving that online, and the goal is actually to have that work online by the end of the year. So that's the aim of that work. We've just approved and created a dedicated position to assist us there. So we had that, but it had been on a temporary basis in the past. So that position's been approved, and if it's not yet advertised, it's about to be to recruit someone to play that sort of, to steal the words of Ed and his big vocabulary, the concierge role to assist those applications as they roll through around that particular matter.
Okay, that's great. Thanks so much. And if you had to say I was going to ask a question about something else, what do you reckon it would be?
Fire away.
Yeah, you've got it in one. So how are we going with that third-party review of our bushfire?
Yeah, we've received that review. There's quite a lot of detail there they haven't had an opportunity to work through. The team have suggested that if councillors are of a mind that potentially haven't raised this one with Sal, but those consultants could come and present to council if that's of interest to council. So they've effectively established a baseline around the different risk profiles, concentrating on the escarpment is where the work was done. We can pick that up and extend it further. The findings were quite complementary towards the work that we've done, but identifies some opportunities for us as well.
Okay, that's outstanding. That's really great. So I think that'd be wonderful for us to get a CIS on that. And thank you very much, Nick. I know that we'll be working closely for years to come. Thank you.
Councillor Edwina and then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Nick, for all your service here within the business. Another positive for your team is the event permits approval program and reducing the application form from 10 pages down to 2. Simplifying things for the community is what I like to see, so thank you.
Very good. Councillor Tim. Kerry.
Chair, thank you, Nick. Do we do congratulations after this? This is on the report. There's 13 applications for new youth leaders. Our youth leaders team is a lot bigger than that at present, and obviously not everyone that applies is necessarily a youth leader. So applications down for our youth leader initiative, noting it was a great time in here on the 9th of July last month when they took over these chambers. Can I just have a comment on that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Tim. I think the numbers are down. I think in the past we've had, up to 20 participants or maybe even 25 in that program. So those applications down. I haven't had an opportunity to have a look at what might be driving that. Councillor James putting his hand up, he might be able to shed some more light on that.
The date of this information, when was this?
This is probably a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, I know, speaking with the youth team just the other day, they actually have 25. So it's the same amount that they've always they might be down one, I think. Like we can have a maximum of, we can have a maximum of 25. We've got 26.
Fantastic. So it's just a matter of timing. There's a couple of weeks leading to prepare these things to get them to the agenda. No, that's what I thought the answer
might be timing.
Very good.
Can I have another question? Just note in your report there's some commentary around pest management, wild dog fences, the like. I am getting a few calls, a few reports that we've had a very dry winter and wild dogs, in particular dingoes, are pushing into suburbia and real inner city suburbia like, Middle Ridge, Carney Spring, those areas. Just to make your team aware, but have you had any commentary on wild dogs coming into the city this past winter?
I'd need to check with the team around that, although Councillor Carroll has raised that as well. Of course, in those urban environments, they are present unique challenges to deal with because baiting and shooting and those sorts of things become a problem for us, but certainly something I'd be happy to refer to the team and circulate some advice to councillors around what we're experiencing and what we're doing. We're available to assist landholders, and of course we're looking after our own land holdings. I can circulate some more detailed advice around that for you.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, certainly it's a region-wide program. The calls I've had from around the Middle Ridge, Carney Spring area. So, appreciate the advice from your officers at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just under the conservation and pest management, and again dealing with dogs, noting the completion of the 80.5 kilometre main wild dog fence north of Cecil Plains Mooney Road, which took 10 years, how does one or how will one determine its effectiveness? Are there in existence or will there be any stats to determine its effectiveness?
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Look, that program was quite simply like an asset replacement program. We've got that what we call it the wild dog check fence that we're responsible for maintaining, and that program of renewals based on condition assessments and priority. In terms of assessing its effectiveness, there's no measures in place currently. It's probably a good one for you in your role on the Biosecurity Advisory Committee to refer it to that committee for some advice would be my suggestion. There are all sorts of tools that we can do, including heat mapping and the like, to track the movements of dogs. I guess it becomes a question of return on that investment and how much time and resource we put into managing that. We do have a very active monitoring and maintenance program, so that the team drives that fence on a regular basis and attends to repairs. But in terms of recording numbers of dogs on either side of the fence, it's not an activity that we do.
I appreciate it. It might be difficult to do, especially over 80 kilometres. But the question you ponder about is it worthwhile having a fence at all, and particularly bearing in mind the cost of maintenance of it. Thank you.
I think if you ask landholders in the area, depending on which side of the fence they're on, they'll tell you it's absolutely worth having the fence. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Edwina, and then
thank
we'll
you,
go to
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Trevor.
And on the subject of wild dogs, they are out of control, and they're all the way up here to Mount Rascal and whatever, and they're bringing down calves and all those sorts of things. But I just took the opportunity, I think, to mention that out at the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, there were some good papers on wild pigs. Federal government is, as with dogs, pulling back their support, financial support for those things, and whilst they're out of control, both are out of control now, they'll be even worse in the future. And the wild pigs are just, well, they're even worse than the dogs, and they're on our escarpment and right up into Carney Springs and Mount Ruskell and places like that. But that paper that we had on that and the presentation that was given out there at Gundawindi would be probably very interesting to councillors to have a look at. Thank you. But make no mistake about it, the dogs and the pigs are out of control. We've had good seasons, and they're just out of control. We've lost the battle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aguilera.
Just a comment, a question, I suppose, GM Nick. A friend sent through a photo the other day, and I haven't put this through Pathway yet, but it looked very much like a dingo in town in Middle Ridge. Have we had any reports of such dogs in town?
I personally haven't had any reports, but that doesn't mean we haven't. They should be going to the operational area to deal with. I'd have to check the thousands of pathways, Councillor.
That's all right. I'll send it through. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Trevor, online. Any questions for Nick?
No, just I'll ratify regarding the dog and the pig issue. It will get worse as the weather gets drier, so we'll see them where we've never seen them before. But that's about it for me. And thank you, Nick.
Good, Trevor. Councillor Bill.
I got quite a few for you, Nick, your last meeting. No, not really. All the best, mate. And don't be a stranger. When you're around, say good day.
Good, thanks, Bill. So, Nick, I didn't give you a right of reply this morning. I'm happy to give you that now if you wish.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd love the opportunity. Thank you for the reflection and the recognition. And 18 years is a long time to be in any organisation. I've been fortunate to work with people who genuinely care about the community and who want to make a difference for what they do. The legacy pieces that you mentioned this morning, Mayor, the capital projects, the award-winning programs and the services we've built and delivered all came from the efforts of many people over many years. And I've simply been fortunate to work alongside good people, support them where I could, and mostly get out of their way and let them shine. Looking back, my greatest successes have always been the things we've achieved together. I'd like to acknowledge the managers of the Environment Community Services Group who are all here this morning, and I'm sure they're tuned in with listening ears now. They're a remarkable group of leaders, in my opinion, different backgrounds, different personalities and different areas of expertise, but united by a genuine commitment to serving the community and doing what's right for the organisation. They care deeply about their people, they challenge each other respectfully, and they always pull together when it matters. I've learned as much from them as they have from me, and I am incredibly grateful for their support and friendship. And they'll all know what I mean, and so will some of you when I say Ubuntu. After Friday, I'll have to reframe my language. TRC will no longer be we, us and ours to me. I'll have to start referring to you, them and they. Not because my feelings have changed, but because my employment status has. That's a strange shift after nearly 2 decades, but it's also a reminder that change is inevitable, and change brings opportunity, fresh thinking and new perspectives for everybody involved. Over the past few weeks, I've had the chance to hear how people have reflected on my leadership. Some of those reflections have meant more to me than people will probably realise. One person told me that I made them feel at ease and helped them when they sometimes felt out of their depth. Another said I was one of the defining people in their career journey. Someone else described me as a beacon of empathy and pragmatism within the leadership of council, and others spoke about backing new ideas, encouraging people to take opportunities and helping them grow. To be honest, these comments hit me in the feels, and I'll probably print those emails and stick them in a scrapbook and take them with me. Not because they're flattering, but because they are a reminder of what leadership is really about to me. After all, you're not a leader if you turn around and no one is following you. The projects, facilities, awards and strategies are all important, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved together. But those messages have reminded me that the real legacy isn't what you build. The real legacy is the impact you have on people and how those people feel when they look back on their time working with you. To Mayor and councillors, present and past, thank you for the acknowledgement today and for the support. trust and opportunity you have provided over many years. To Sal and the executive leadership team, again, both past and present, thank you for your support, your friendship and the work we've done together. And to the people of TRC, thank you for trusting me, challenging me, teaching me and making the work meaningful. Thank you again, Jeff. And councillors, it's been a privilege to be part of this organisation and serve the Toowoomba region.
Turn the microphone on. Just turn the microphone on so Trevor could hear the round of applause. Sal, I'll give you the opportunity if you'd like to say a few words on behalf of the organisation, following on my message this morning.
Thank you, Mayor, and I would. Nick, we've only known each other probably 13 months now, but in that time frame, I have become to respect you like a mate. I've appreciated your wise consideration in your advice to me, your well-considered thoughts and deep knowledge of this organisation, and it has been beneficial in the way that I have considered my decision-making. You will be missed. You'll be missed across the leadership team. You'll be missed across the organisation. And while you made a question of we, us and they, mates will be mates, and Lockyer Valley and Toowoomba, I think, are great mates. And the fact that we do have that relationship means that you and I can pick up the phone for the betterment of both of our communities. And you are welcome to do that at any time, because I know that I can call you as well. So on behalf of the whole organisation, on behalf of your colleagues in the senior leadership team, I wish you all the best. You're not going far. You're literally just down the hill. But I wish you all the best and thank you for everything that you have done for not only this organisation, but for this region. And well done, Nick. Thank you.
Good on. Turn the microphone back on for Trevor to hear that. Whoops. Thanks very much. Councillors, anyone else like to say? They give the option if you'd like to. James?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. There's a lot of niceties obviously being said today, and they all ring really true. And Nick, I'm glad listening to you then that you reflected on the things that's what I'll remember, and being obviously last term, obviously in particular being in the environment community portfolio and to be able to work beside you in that capacity was very, very beneficial and terrific for me. But you said something really pointed before. It was when I went around, and as you know, I like to speak to different people, and it was what people in the team said to me about you, and that's right. And I love the fact that you've always had that vision, and that your idea was around leadership where it gave other people that opportunity to shine. It's leadership where it gave that people where they felt valued. I can say from my point of view, my opportunity to work beside you was something I'll never forget, because it gave me something that I probably didn't have in my first term, where I felt like I had belief of someone beside me that was willing to listen to me, trust me, but challenge me at the same time. We didn't always, that's what I actually enjoyed the most. We didn't agree on everything, and I'd like to think that you were honest enough to tell me when you didn't agree with what I thought and vice versa, but we were able to do it in a respectful way. But I think it's the impact that you left on people. And you mentioned a few of the projects this morning, and the one that I think will probably go understated as this organisation goes through such a major change, and it'll continue to happen, whether I'll remember that you're actually the one that started that. So you go back, remember that you were the first group that said, all right, as a group, ECS, we're going to do a complete audit of every service. And we sat here and did it one by one. It was painful, but one by one to work out what mattered. So, and as we evolved as an organisation, that actually was the first step and the initiative that you took, that the rest of this organisation will follow as we work out the size, shape, sustainability of this organisation. But no, I just want to thank you for having belief in me, and as I said, and filling me with that confidence, but also, as I said, understanding that I always felt that you respected the roles that we have to deal with, and knowing that it's different from the one that sitting on your side is, and I'd like to hope that vice versa that was the same. So, I think it's been said, you will be missed. There'll be big shoes there to fill, but the good part is, as I said, you're not too far away. So I'm sure there's many people around the organisation that you'll stay in touch with. So. Whether it's a sweet talk or tins and trays down your way, well, I look forward to staying in touch.
Thanks, James. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like the opportunity to, I won't say much, but I'll come from the position of the community. And Nick has always been very approachable and very human with people, even if it's not, things aren't always as much as we like to think they are. They're not black and white. And when someone comes with an issue and there's a story behind it, Nick has always listened and tried to work his way through it and through with myself, and I really appreciate that because that is what our community deserves. And I really think that that's fantastic, and you'll make a great CEO by doing that, particularly in the Lockyer. I do believe they'll very much appreciate you. And look, on behalf of our community, I think you've really listened and made a difference in the area of compliance, which is very, very difficult. But I think if people think they've been heard, given a fair hearing, and we've worked through it together, I think that's really important. I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Carol. Councillor Kerry.
Thank you. I apologise for not making some remarks when I was asking a question before. It just went out of my head. But Nick, you've always been a dinky-die Aussie, and despite being a general manager, it hasn't never went to your head, I don't think. And it's been a pleasure and reassuring for an old new boy to this council to be, treated so respectfully and friendly, and we'll miss you for that reason. One of the strongest things about you, I think, is your character, your ability to take disaster in your step. And when the Panthers didn't win last year, we didn't hear a word about it. Thank you.
He's let it go. Don't mention the war. Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Nick. I just wanted to reflect on, I've had 6.5 years in this job and enjoyed it. And I remember when I started, very clearly, it was a career change for me. I had no experience in working in a land as unique as this and extraordinary. And I really want to thank you for those early days. And I remember I was so excited to be in the environment community and meet you and work with James, and then the work started, and there were some really curly ones straight up as a first year in local government in the environment community portfolio. But the conversations we had with you, the guidance, the leadership, this is what your options are. And James said it best, we didn't always agree, but just we talked through and we remained a pretty good relationship at the end of it. And I think now you'd call it portfolio meetings, but last term it was a cafe down the road with coffee and scrambled eggs. And I think just talking through all of the issues at those meetings was so important. And you think it's the non-formal meetings, but that was the most important thing. And I've always admired your character, never look flustered, always someone to talk to no matter how busy you are. And I used to ring you about some crazy stuff at crazy hours, and you'd always answer the phone, and we'd talk it through. So thank you for your leadership, your guidance, and all the very best down the hill.
Thanks very much. Trevor, I'll give you the option. You have said some nice words already, so you're right.
Just thank you, Nick. 2.5 years in the role. You've always been there, sort of a mentor. We did work out, maybe a year ago, I think it was at Clifton. We are related long-term on my father's side, and it's great to see you going back to the Lockyer Valley to help where all your forebears would have settled many, 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 many years ago, probably 100 years ago, like mine. So take up the job. You'll do a good job down there. And as Sal said, we're only a phone call away. And you really have to come home at night into TRC land to get a bed, I guess. So enjoy.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you again, Nick. I guess just to summarise from personal reflection, thank you for stepping in for acting CEO for those periods of time and we had to work very closely together as an organisation. I would say that they were probably stressful for many people, but we handled it and went through it in the correct manner, which I really do respect and appreciate, and looking forward to the connection, whether it's fire burning between Lockyer Valley and ourselves, mountain biking, whatever that may be. Those conversations will even be richer and fuller now that you're down in that role, Nick, so I do appreciate that very much. And with those words, thank you, Deanne. Thank you, Kate, for your apprenticeship today. Do appreciate it. And to Sal, CEO, and General Managers, Acting GMs, everyone who's played a part in today, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. That concludes the August Ordinary Meeting of Council. Oh, we've got another one for you, Nick. Sorry, we've skipped that one. Thanks, Deanne. Recommendation that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. James, Tim, moved by James, seconded by Tim. Those in favour? Thank you. You're in.
All in favour.
Good on you.
Yep.
That is Nick.
Yep,
Nick.
definitely.
That's now it. Well done.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, mate.